Earth, the third planet from the Sun. The solar system is located on the edge of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way, the second largest galaxy of the local group, at a distance of about 50 million light-years from the Virgo cluster inside the Laniakea cosmic supercluster. At a time when it seems to you that you are sitting still, the Earth rotates around its axis as well as around the Sun. The solar system flies around the center of the galaxy. Our galaxy flies towards the Andromeda galaxy and moves relative to the center of the universe. There is more to it. As you know, the speed of an electron is equal to the speed of light, including electrons moving in each of us. All objects from the macro to the micro level are constantly moving at enormous speeds. Do you still think you are sitting still? Do you think the universe revolves around you? Perhaps you have reason to believe so. So, what is the universe? What does human life mean on its scale? Perhaps to answer these questions, you need to look beyond its edge. We invite you to make this journey together in the kaleidoscope of facts, man and the universe. After all, knowing the universe, we know ourselves.
Здравствуйте, друзья! Приветствуем вас на 18-м.
Hello friends, welcome to the 18th Kaleidoscope Facts, dedicated to the currently unexplored, so far unexplored subject as the origin of the universe and a human place in it. This conference is organized by participants of the ALLATRA international public movement from Germany and Belarus, with the support of volunteers from all over the world. We are broadcasting live with interpreting into 18 languages. Kaleidoscope of Facts is the project that gives expert scientists and researchers from around the world an opportunity to openly and honestly raise and discuss subjects which are relevant to humanity. We have collected the currently known facts and interviewed scientists in order to better understand the processes taking place in our universe on macro and micro levels. In preparing this issue, we have also used information from the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the books by Anastasia Novych. So let's begin our study with familiarization with general information about the universe and its structure. Oleg,
Hello, dear friends. The universe is a vast and mesmerizing place filled with planets, stars, galaxies, black holes, nebulas, etc. Today, it is generally accepted that all the matter we observe in the universe, all galaxies, stars, planets, including our solar system, make up no more than 5% of its total mass, and 95% are forms of matter and energy that are inaccessible for direct observation, since they do not participate in the electromagnetic interaction. Of these, 25% is some strange, invisible substance, the so-called dark matter. Its nature is unknown to scientists, but at least it manifests itself with the usual gravity. But the remaining 70% is dark energy, very mysterious for modern science, which evenly fills the entire space. But its properties, it resembles antigravity, forcing the universe to expand and galaxies to move away from each other. Scientific studies of the expansion of the universe back in time lead to the point of cosmic singularity, near which the now known laws of physics cease to work. The universe is filled with billions of discovered galaxies, and this is an interesting in which there are almost or not at all galaxies, stars, and planets. Thus, but very ordered from the point of view of the geometric proportions, a cellular structure. In outer space, stars unite in interstellar archipelagos, galaxies, which are giant stars islands, in which most of the stars and interstellar gas are concentrated. All objects inside the galaxy move in a spiral about the common center of mass and are held together by the total gravitational field. At the moment, more than a billion galaxies have been discovered, which, in turn, are combined into separate clusters of galaxies. The first classification of galaxies, based on their apparent shape, was proposed by Edwin Hubble in 1935. Later, it was refined by astronomers, but it has retained its main features to this day. Hubble divided all galaxies into four types: elliptical, lenticular, spiral, and irregular galaxies. Our galaxy, the galaxy in which we live, the Milky Way, belongs to the barrel spiral galaxies. It consists of approximately 200 or 400 billion stars, including the star, our star, Sun, and the planets. Along with the core, the galaxy disk and the stellar halo, one of the components of the spiral galaxies are galactic spiral arms, which contain a significant portion of dust and interstellar gas, as well as many star clusters. The substance in them rotates around the center of the galaxy under the influence of gravity. Our cosmic home, the solar system, and the planet Earth are located between the spiral galactic arms of Perseus and Centauri, inside one of such temporary implicit arms, the Orion arm. And the fact that the Sun is located between the galactic arms, far from active stars often exploding like supernovas, has affected the creation of stable, favorable conditions for the origin of life. Summarizing the above, it can be noted that the galaxies are not scattered throughout the universe chaotically like scattered peas. They are built into huge structures that make up systems of an absolutely unimaginable scale. So the Milky Way is gravitationally connected with other galaxies of the local group, which includes a galaxy in the triangle, the Andromeda galaxy, the large and small Magellanic Clouds, and other neighbors. In the immediate vicinity of the diameter of about 10 million light years. In turn, the local group of galaxies is part of the Virgo supercluster of galaxies, which stretches for 110 million light years. The Virgo supercluster is not the only one in the universe. There are a lot of such superclusters, and they, like beads, are united with each other and form a giant galactic filament. And between the filaments, there are huge voids, which were formed due to the fact of all matter was attracted by the superclusters. Let's get back to our threads. Our bead is located, our galaxy is located, it's Virgo supercluster. It's located almost on the edge of a huge galactic thread, which is in turn connected with other neighboring galactic threads. And this whole fluffy branch with galaxies is called Laniakea, which in Hawaiian means immense heaven. The diameter of this galactic branch is 520 million light years, and a little over 100,000 galaxies live in it. Laniakea is a supercluster, a giant supercluster of galaxies, a tiny part of which is our Milky Way galaxy, lurking like one of the last leaves on the edge of a long branch of a heavenly tree, indicated by a red dot in the picture. And on the map of currents in the local universe, you can see how myriads of galaxies form dense clusters and long filaments that majestically move towards the local gravitational center, the great attractor, in which Laniakea's center of gravity is located. This represents the arrangement of galaxies and stars in the universe. Lior will tell you about how it's organized in galaxy. Thank you.
CMB cold spot. So we expect, if the universe is completely random, we expect the cosmic microwave background to be randomly distributed. And we see some evidence that it's not randomly distributed. That's a projection of the sky. That's the entire sky that we see from Earth. And what the chart shows, what we see in the sky, is the significance of an axis that starts at that point in the sky, a cosmological scale axis. So these are each spot, each point here is computed with about 1 million galaxies, and the computational process determines the probability of the galaxies, if we're centered at that spot, the galaxies to be all aligned. All aligned in the entire universe that is observed here, and we can see that it peaks at the CMB cold spot here, and that allows us to show if the spin direction of the galaxies is randomly distributed. Can galaxy decide to randomly to spin that way or another way, or how is that decision made by a galaxy, whether it's random or whether there's some pattern. So we have a computer program that can tell us for each galaxy if it spins one way or the other. Once we have a lot of data, we can compare different telescopes. Here are just 3 telescopes, comparison of 3 telescopes, but all telescopes, all of those 3 show the same thing. They show that the galaxies, the spin direction of galaxies is not randomly distributed. There is a pattern in that, and the pattern is such that it makes an axis. So the spin direction of galaxies are distributed in the universe in the form of a certain axis and the universe might be oriented around an axis like that.
Hallo liebe Freunde. Die Frage der Entstehung des Universums beschäftigt die Menschheit schon seit langer Zeit. Auch die moderne Wissenschaft versucht, diese
Hello
Frage zu
everyone. The
beantworten.
issue of the origin of the universe has been concerning humankind for many, many years. Modern science also seeking answers to this question. What do modern scientists know about the universe? As the previous speaker told us, the universe is not chaotic, but it is ordered in a certain way, and it is in constant movement. In 1929, astronomer Edwin Hubble recorded the so-called redshift. This indicates that galaxies are rapidly moving away from each other. They are scattering, so our universe is permanently expanding. The discovery of Rayleigh radiation in 1965 allowed scientists to get closer to an understanding of how the universe originated and to calculate its age, approximately 14 billion years. There are quite many theories of the origin of the universe. Let's look at some of them. The most famous and popular model is the Big Bang theory, which was put forward by the Belgian researcher George Lemaitre. According to this model, once all the matter in the universe was compressed into one super-dispersed singularity point. Later on, this point exploded and matter scattered everywhere, eventually transforming into galaxies, stars and planets, which we already know. While trying to answer the question of what happened before the Big Bang, researchers proposed a model of the cyclic universe. In 1930s, some physicists, including Albert Einstein, created a theoretical model in which the universe emerged from a singularity point and it is expanding. Then gravitational forces stop this expansion and a reverse contraction begins to a very single point, and this whole cycle repeats over and over again. In the membrane theory, the universe is like soap bubbles whose walls are 3 or 4-dimensional membranes. Every membrane of this kind is moving in multidimensional space and collides with other similar membranes. As a result of lesion, superdense matter appears, the singularity from which flies away to form all cosmic bodies and objects. However, these models do not respond to the questions: what is the force that triggers the cycles of development and the death of the universe? Who controls this process? After all these theories and models are considered from a materialistic point of view. And in order to find answers, we are interested in expanding the boundaries of knowledge. We need to go beyond the limits of ordinary things. Only in such case we will get to the truth. The universe is our home, but while living in it, we almost know nothing about it. How it is arranged, how many floors it has, whether there is anyone on other floors, how many rooms in this universe, and who lives in this house next to us, next door. There is so much unexplored about our home and so much more to discover. Let's explore it all together. Thank you.
The origin of the universe from a point which was called the ALLATRA was also known in antiquity. The next speaker will tell us about that. Originally, matter didn't exist. There was nothing. No galaxies, no stars, no matter, not even a vacuum. There was no emptiness. The world manifested itself thanks to the original sound, which contained tremendous energy from the world of true reality, from the spiritual world. This wave came from the Creator itself. The universe began to expand like a soap bubble, the film of which played with iridescent shimmers. The more the bubble expanded, the more matter formed from the primary energy on its surface, and the faster it scattered across the surface of the bubble. In the middle of the bubble, there was nothing except the energy of the primary sound. Thus, the word of God, spoken by him into the nothingness, generated an energy wave, and his will, embedded in that word, manifested it in that nothingness, generating emptiness. This energy was practically blown into the nothingness.
Вселенная была создана благодаря двум творческим силам.
The universe was created by the two creative forces of the higher spiritual nature, the lotus and ALLATRA. The lotus represents the bringing of higher spirituality into the world of matter, and ALLATRA represents the spiritual force that can form matter. The manifestation of ALLATRA in this world would have no meaning without the higher spiritual nature, without that power which the ancients compared to the white, beautiful flower of the lotus, because of its purity. Where there is no power of ALLATRA, there is nothing. Without the power of ALLATRA, there would be no manifestation of the lotus in this world. We will learn more about this from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
What does the universal resonance of our entire matter mean? Again, all more or less big objects start having different resonances. All manifestations, even at the level of energy, those energies which originate from ALLATRA, already start having their own frequencies, amplitudes and so on. For understanding, let's take, well, if you're at home, my friends, or in the office, just look around. Let's suppose there is a refrigerator, a microwave oven, electrical appliances,
Toasters, coffee machines, yes.
toasters, coffee machines, and everything imaginable. All of them work at their resonances.
Right. Each has its function, that
Each
is,
has
individually.
its function. Each generates some energy in its own way, thermal energy, or on the contrary cold, vibrates in its own way, occupies a certain volume in its own way, and they somehow interact with each other. I mean, these are totally different devices, right? But if we look at what they work on the same electrical energy. The entire electrical energy which feeds all this has a certain frequency, a certain number of kilohertz, a certain voltage, a certain amperage, and everything else, right?
Right.
So they come from one source and perform a certain function, but all of them are different in their own way.
In the same way, the material world is formed.
In the same way, the material world is formed, depending on information, on a program. Either a stone
From one
is created,
energy.
or, pardon me, a human. And everyone performs their function.
Without this electrical energy, all this equipment is junk.
No. There is a difference here. If we turn off electricity in the office or at home, as you say, all this hardware becomes just cabinets, boxes, and vessels. And it occupies space, it will not be functional. Whereas if we turn off ALLATRA, the entire matter will simply disappear. You know, it's like turning off a hologram, and there is just emptiness. But in this case, if it relates to our universe, there will be even no emptiness. Everything simply disappears, and there is the world of God again. This is like an inclusion in the spiritual world.
The primary chaos consisted of the smallest pop particles. Allegorically, the pop particles can be compared to sand, and the power of ALLATRA can be compared to the power that creates both this sand and a stone from this sand. According to the plan of the primary lotus, ALLATRA put everything in order, causing matter to move, to transform. The lotus is the manifestation of divine harmony and beauty. The end result, the perfect form and beauty of this grain of sand, this stone, is a manifestation of the lotus. If we talk about the structure of the universe, a pop particle is what all matter is made of. In the myth of ancient Egypt, the original world is the primordial abyss of waters named Nile. Modern translations note that the concept of none combines three hypostases: the creator of the universe, the father of the gods, of primary lotus, and the spiritual power of Allat. The functions of Allat in ancient Egyptians' beliefs were given to the goddess of truth and order, Ma'at. In cosmogonic terms, she was given paramount importance. Thanks to her, chaos was destroyed and order was established. She served as the balancing truth for the person's soul after the physical death of the body, thanks to which occurred the evaluation of his earthly deeds. Ma'at was considered not only the daughter of the god Ra, but also the wife of the god of wisdom, Thoth. At the creation of the world, Thoth expressed in words the will of an unknown creative force, uttered these words so that the world emerged. This is the principle of the primary sound based on the lotus, which is interpreted in the legend. The knowledge about the creation of the universe through the explanation of the triple principle gave rise to the prototype of the Trinity: God, the lotus, and Allat. The union of these three forces creates an entirely new form of existence from the micro to the macro level. We will hear about the characteristics of the movement that the primary energy sets. Next speaker.
Thank you very much, Elena. Good evening to everyone. I would like to quote ALLATRA book about how the universe came into being. The aspiration of the power of Allat, of the force of Allat for the unified wooden form towards God, set the motion of the universe from the inside to the outside, and that's how it started spinning it in the right spiral towards expansion. This is how the function of creation was set. But at the same time, when spinning the universe in a regular spiral, the force of Allat generated a counter force. The latter began to untwist the motion within the universe in a reverse spiral from outside to inside, unifying matter into a single material mind. This is how there appear two directly opposite forces in the universe: the greater force, spinning the universe outwards, and the lesser force, which opposes it within the universe itself. After these two forces had manifested themselves, the universe lost its spherical shape and flattened under their influence. It compressed and became flatter. This movement of energies has been symbolically depicted by peoples of the world since the Upper Paleolithic period in the form of waves, spirals, as well as right and reverse swastikas. The right, the twist clockwise swastika, despite minor differences among many peoples, represents movement, life, light, radiance, the sun, good luck and happiness. And not just movement as such, but the continuous flow of life. Some Buddhists also call it manji, which literally means whirlwind. Manji reflects the ambiguity of the world order. The vertical line is opposed to the horizontal line, and yet they're simultaneously indivisible, like heaven and earth, male and female energy, yin and yang. Permanent spiral motion of matter on the micro and macro levels is the basic law of the universe. Bodies, combinations of bodies, galaxies, physical fields are constantly moving spirally around their own axes and around a central object. This movement is wavy and spiral-like, and at the micro level it resembles a whirlwind. There are many examples that confirmed that spiral motion is the basis of all living matter. Therefore, DNA is a spiral, axon is a spiral, voice waves propagate in a spiral, and they also need a spiral for perception, in order to perceive these waves. Our planet revolves around its axis time after time. It wraps around the sun, rotates around the sun, and along with the solar system, it revolves around the center of the galaxy in the Orion arm. This also happens along a spiral. Any body has a precession spiral constant, which is the result of moving its axis in the direction the universe's pole. For instance, after one annual cycle, the Sun, of the ecliptic of the equator of the sky, annually crosses the past node to the west, but it does not close the circle, yet it circles it. I mean, the circling of the precessional cycle is completed relatively 360 degrees, and it is in spiral form. Our world has a wave nature, which is confirmed by modern science. Primary energy sets spiral motion and waves, and this determines the existence of all matter. For example, fluctuations of vacuum particles, which is called zero-point fluctuations of a quantum system, are waves of energy of its basic state. According to the law of symmetry of nature with respect to particles and antiparticles, all particles exist in pairs. Every particle with a positive charge corresponds to an antiparticle with a negative charge and an opposite magnetic moment. This process was first observed by Irene and Frederick Joliot Curie in 1933, as well as by Patrick Blackett, who received the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1948 for this discovery and many other discoveries. The very shape of a spiral plays a special role in the micro and macrocosm, and this is related to the structure course of energies, storage and exchange of information. Now I give the floor to Alexander Masny. He will tell us about the processes which take place at the micro level beyond the quantum limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessa. Thank you for an interesting information about spiral. Now we will talk about the fundamental basis of the universe and how it is organized. For example, in the modern physics, there is a hypothesis about the existence of a unified field. This is a common universal field thanks to which all the fundamental interactions in the material world occur. They are working on this theory because they want to solve all the unsolved problems of modern physics, from astrophysics to quantum physics. Now let's listen to David Rowland talk about his discoveries in the fields of particle interactions.
I discovered at the subatomic level, I'm not the only one to discover this, but I applied a certain meaning to it. Electrons pop in and out of existence billions of times a second. They'll show up, they'll be in one orbital, and then they'll be gone for a tiny increment of time, they'll show up in another orbital. And so I asked myself, where do they go when they're not here? And so I came up with a theory that there must be a non-physical realm. The electron still exists, but not in physicality. It's in a non-physical, ethereal realm. What are you going to call it? So then I started looking at the subatomic level. All these particles that the scientists measure, there's more energy than is in the system, and so they can't figure out. Okay, if we know this energy is happening there, so therefore there must be this hypothetical, or what they call it, invisible particles. We know they're there because of the energy, but virtual particles, right? No, that's not true. What's happening is energy has been continually introduced into every atom and every molecule in our bodies, in the universe, continually. So the universe is being continuously created. That's my conclusion.
Thank you very much for your discoveries and for your work. It is interesting to know that in ancient, what kind of unphysical space it is. It is interesting to know that in ancient times people knew about the existence of a unified field and the interaction of particles and passed this knowledge to the next generations. These descriptions have come down to us in the form of petroglyphs, drawings on stones, myths, and in culture, and it is clearly shown and described in the report Primordial ALLATRA Physics. The report gives the keys of understanding about the knowledge of antiquity. It talks, for example, about the basis of the material universe, the azoosmic grid. This energetic non-material structure is a kind of spatial frame of the universe. You may see it on the picture 1. It is interesting when it was described that practically all goddesses of the fate and time in the mythology of the peoples of the world are spinners and weavers. Thus, people were symbolically told how the world works by such example as the hand loom. So, what is an azoosmic grid? For our figurative understanding as inhabitants of a three-dimensional world, the azoosmic grid can be represented as a flat brick. You may see it on a picture 2. Those height of the side face is 1/72 times the side of its base. It has no thickness or weight. It is energy. And the fact that the universe is flat is confirmed by recent measurements by researchers from the University of Portsmouth, England. Using a method of studying dark matter and the expansion of the universe, they came to this conclusion and refuted the assumption that it is curved. The azoosmic grid is stable and motionless. It consists of a certain number of identical azoosmic cells, which have a cube shape in three-dimensional space. Each azoosmic cell consists of 6 azoosmic membranes. You may see it on the picture 3. As well, in the center of the cube of each azoosmic cell, there is as called a real or stationary pore particle. What is a pore particle in general? The smallest particle of the material world, named as a tribute to primordial knowledge in ancient times. One of the first legends said that the entire world was created from pore grains. Each pore particle is a concentrated bunch of septons, around which there is a small sparse septon field of its own. What is a septon? The word septon is derived from the Latin word septum, which means 7. Its elements. The septon consists of a speck of the allot power and 6 peculiar microhalographic objects surrounding it, smoky mirrors. These mirrors, when rotated, distort the reflected light, but they are not light in essence. It turns out that it is such a mini-machine, a mechanism for processing the allot power into anti-allot, due to which the entire material world exists. A pore particle can be compared to the atmospheric vortex, where septons are molecules of air, or snowball consisting of snowflakes, which septons are in the example. The real pore particle is intended to partially redistribute the internal potential of the phantom pore particle.
Спасибо.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to say that the real pore particle is the only basis, fundamental particle of the material world. It remains relatively motionless in the center of the exosmic cell during any changes in the material world. The real pore particle cannot be split or destroyed. No power can shake or disrupt the structure of real stationary pore particles, which are in a strictly set position in the exosmic grid. The phantom particle is intended for storage and transportation of energy and information. This particle is the basis of all elementary particles, photon, electron, neutrino, as well as particles, carriers of interactions. This is the primary manifestation of a matter world. The real pore particle within its cosmic cell plays a guiding role in correcting motion and partial redistribution of the internal potential of phantom pore particles passing through the cell. It reads information and removes, as a rule, 10% of internal potential from a passing phantom pore particle. Energy and information transfer at the level of microcosm, real pore particle and phantom pore particles leads to the changes in the microcosm. I suggest you to watch a short video. Visually shows how it happens.
The phantom pore particles, which make up all the elementary particles in the material world, moving spirally, can go through the exosmic cell. In the exosmic cell, there is an important process of partial redistribution of energy and information, subtraction of some part of energy by the real pore particle, and reading the information from the moving phantom pore particle, and also various collisions of two phantom pore particles under the influence of the real stationary pore particle on this process. All this determines the future development, transformation, or elimination of matter, which consists of the phantom pore particles.
In one of the videos, Jana noted on TikTok channel that the largest objects in the macrocosm are influenced by the smallest objects in the microcosm. Everything is fractal. Knowledge of the septon field is key to understanding the material world at all levels of its existence. After all, knowing the principles of the septon field, one can understand how information is transmitted, encoded and decoded by different systems. In other words, it is this universal field that determines complex systems' behavior. This will give us answers to questions: what is space, gravitation, electromagnetism, the nature of electric current, and what is time? Basic concepts about the phenomenon of the time are given in Anastasia Novik's book, Exosmos, which is true time, global, objective, and subjective time. And in order to better understand these concepts, using an understandable figurative example, let's watch the following video.
Let's take a match. Let's imagine that burning of this match from the moment the fire appears until the moment the shaft completely burns down is a process from emergence to destruction of the entire matter. The moment the movement, when I take this match, carry to the box, apply force to strike fire, when the match lights up, and until its full combustion. All this, figuratively speaking, is a flow of the veritable true time on the global scale, meaning the moment of appearance, action, and disappearance of the power of Allah in the process of creation and destruction of matter. For our human perception, in this time there is no present, but only the past and the future. time is a time movement from the moment the first spark blazes up until complete combustion of this match. Moreover, it would be more correct to characterize the entire process during the combustion of the match not with its head placed in the upright position, but rather with its head directed downwards. Note the difference in the speed of the flame movement. Roughly speaking, on the global scale, the same process takes place. Expanding at a growing speed, the universe inevitably accelerates global time. However, it doesn't affect a veritable true time in any way. Judgments about the passage of time depend on what point of reference frame this process is observed from. For example, imagine this experimental match to be of a giant size, a kilometer in length. While you are an observer, that is, in our case, you are a point of the reference frame. In order to study the process of burning, you have settled yourself on a hoist or a gigantic crane installed parallel to the match. Imagine that the burning process has started, and the flame, which in our comparison represents the universe that emerged and began to expand, has gone upwards. If the speed of your movement on the hoist equals the speed of the fire movement, you will perceive the time as relatively still. If you start moving faster than the flame, it will seem to you that the time of burning is slowing down. Whereas if you move slower than the flame, you will see that the time has accelerated. Objective time in our example of the match burning is the period of physical and chemical processes that take place during burning, while subjective time is an individual time perception by a particle of this process. However, since global time is constantly accelerating, objective time is accelerating accordingly. Although from the perspective of a person's subjective perception, objective time does not change, meaning there still remains 24 hours in a day, just as before.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends.
Вопрос времени – это на самом деле очень интересный вопрос. Многие ученые предпринимали попытки разгадать загадку времени, и наверняка их толкало к этому интуитивное чувство, что
Many scientists try to unravel the mystery of time, and the key to this mystery actually is in understanding of our entire existence. Basically, this is really so. Let's figure out why this is so. Time is basically a habitual dimension for us. All of us understand the influence of time on us very well, but do we really understand what time is in its essence and why and how valuable it is? In order to answer this question, we need to understand what time is and what begets time. From this video, we found out that there is a veritable true time which is directly dependent on the power of ALLATRA coming from the spiritual world, which creates the entire material universe with our habitual space, time, and gravitation, which exist here. But there is also a time interval between the emergence and total disappearance of all matter in the scale of absolute, and this is what we call global or absolute time. Our habitual time measurement in seconds, hours, minutes, years are subject to cycles in this universe, such as the rotation of the Earth around the Sun, rotation of the galaxy around its axis, and these processes are influenced by the objective time, meaning the chemical and physical process of a burning match. But also there is subjective time, and this is our individual perception, which how each of us perceives this, and each material object in the universe perceives time. It depends on the speed of the movement of an object and the speed of the assumption that time and space are interrelated, and perception of time depends on the speed of the movement of this object. Actually, it was formed by Albert Einstein in 1935 in his relativity theory, and this effect is usually called the relative effect. From the English word to relate, to correlate, but later an American physicist Joseph Kaleidoscope and astronomer Richard Hittin conducted a practical experiment which confirmed this theory. They took 4 sets of cesium atomic clocks aboard commercial airliners and they circled the Earth twice, first to the east and then to the west. After that, they compared the clocks aboard of the aircraft and the clocks on the US Naval Observatory, and it turned out that the clocks really changed their course. So there was an increase or a slowing down of the clocks that were on the airplanes as distinct from those which were on the ground. So there is a direct correlation between the speed of an object in space and its lifetime. And let's then ask a consistent question, which I believe is consistent. Doesn't this indicate to the one origin of appearance of such properties of matter as time and space, that they actually emerged from one single force? Before we continue this subject, I suggest that we watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. It is the video about the spirit.
Let's look at how our universe is organized. It is dynamic. We have nothing, nothing at all. Not a single particle, not a single manifestation of energy, not a single wave that doesn't move. We are constantly in motion, and this motion generates time, or time generates motion. It doesn't matter here. You can argue for a long time on this fact too, but it's a combination, motion and time. Since there is time, everything will be finite. Since there is motion, it will stop someday. That is, the energy which sets, this momentum of motion runs out and everything ceases to exist. And all these compactions of energy disintegrate. Why do I say compactions of energy? Because if we go deeper into the world, into the micro-world, into our micro-world, beyond the quantum limit, from particles we will come to energy, to wave. Meanwhile, a wave is also, made up of something. And what it is made of also has specific characteristics.
Получается, что движение порождает время.
It turns out that movement begets time, or time is movement. And how does this happen? Based on the knowledge that is presented by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the information from the report The Primordial Physics of ALLATRA, it is possible to go deeper into these processes with a better understanding. As Alexander has already told us, our entire universe is located in an azimuthal grid, in which there is a constant vortex motion of matter consisting of Po particles. Imagine that a particle of Po, spinning like a whirligig and moving forward, flies out of the azimuthal membrane with a certain amount of energy, and this energy is expressed in the frequency of its rotation. As soon as the phantom particle Po appears in the azimuthal cell, time, space, and gravitation appear. As the Po particle moves through the cell space, its velocity decreases, and it moves in an elastic medium. And after the exchange of information and energy with the stationary particle Po, its velocity increases again due to attraction by gravitational power to the aziosmosis point. Time flows only in one direction, from the past to the future, but gravitation attracts the cause to the consequence through the point of the present. The cause and the consequence are located on different sides of the azimuthal membrane. Exactly this was proved in experiments of Nikolai Alexandrovich Kozyrev, Soviet astrophysicist, who developed the theory of causal mechanics. In this theory, Nikolai Alexandrovich defined time as energy, which directly affects the processes of the material world. That is, he said that it is not just passive energy, but an active driving force. So the point of the present is in the azosmic membrane, and therefore it belongs neither to the past nor to the future. Being in the point of the present, a person makes his choice and as a consequence forms the future. And what this future will depend only on this choice, here and now.
Личность каждого человека находится за гранью времени, за гранью пространства и за гранью гравитации. И это дает ключ к пониманию и того, с какой точки и как.
This is another question, which the speaker of this Kaleidoscope of Facts will reveal later.
А все люди вместе — будущее всего человечества. Каким будет это будущее, зависит только от выбора человека.
What the future will be like depends only on the choice of a person here and now, in this point of choosing. It is important that the knowledge of ALLATRA, which created space, time and gravity, has been in the human society since the time immemorial. They were brought to our society by more developed civilizations. ALLATRA is a whole unit of time, which actually has a significance for the entire matter. And if we take the modern notion of earthly time, ALLATRA is 11 minutes and 56.74 seconds. And if scientists manage to unravel the mystery of the single unit of time, ALLATRA, then we as humankind will be able to discover the secret of the origin of life in the universe and the universe itself. Now, as a physical measurement, time is present in all calculations of physical processes that happen in the material world. The concept of time, according to the theory of physical quantum, will be discussed in the following video, which I suggest to you to watch. It's a video with Gennady Ivanovich Ship.
Time is rotation. In fact, time is the fourth coordinate of four-dimensional space-time. But time itself, which we measure, well, we have a ruler to measure distances. The space also has its metrics, which contains information about translation, about the movement of an object from one point to another. As for time, in order to measure time, you have to have something that rotates. Clocks, planets, and so on. Something that rotates. And what rotates is no longer described by the coordinates x, y, z, and ct, but the rotation is described by angles, for example, as by a gyroscope. To deal with time, we do not have enough knowledge that we've had so far, and we have only studied space, in which there are just translational coordinates x, y, z, and ct. To study time and talk about it professionally on a scientific level, we need to study space, in which, in addition, there are also angular variables. And we measure such variables with a ruler, but with a protractor. So, if we are observers and measure phenomena in our space, measuring distance using a ruler and a protractor, measuring angles in such a theory where there are angles and coordinates, that's where we pose the question of time. The theory of the physical vacuum is exactly such a theory where not only distance, but also angles are measured. Besides, in the theory of physical vacuum, there are 10 variables. 4 ordinary coordinates, as Einstein and other modern theories say, and in addition 6 angles. And here is the answer to the question, what is time? From my point of view, time is an intrinsic property of the rotational motion of our space. The information about the rotational motion, in other words, about what time is contained in angular variables. And it seems to me, the moment we'll learn to control the rotation, we will learn to control what we call time. Therefore, by studying the rotational properties of matter and nature in general, we will learn to control space, and we will learn to control time. And so, these rotations define the concept of time that we use. And as a real example of the fact that this is exactly about rotation, everything that shows time is rotating. Everything rotates. Absolutely. Remove the rotation and time will disappear. If you don't spin something, that's it. Time will disappear. And then everything will disappear completely. When time disappears, every material object and other things that we see, observe, and study will disappear. So that's what time is in the modern theory of physical vacuum.
Thank you so much, Gennady Ivanovich, for your investigation. And you know, I'm very glad that now we are coming to these understandings on quite serious scientific level, and we are investigating such a matter. Of course, we have a lot to investigate more, but already now we can speak and talk that time is energy. And as every energy, it is a resource, and it is limited resource, so it is finite. And if we look at our world with an open mind, we see that any material object from the moment of its birth is already doomed to death. Even the entire universe, which its billions of galaxies, is doomed to end. We know that the forces of ALLATRA expand the universe in a regular spiral, clockwise. That is, with each next turn, the speed of rotation increases. At each turn of the cycle, time is accelerated. Galaxies move with acceleration, which means that every planet and star, every stone or living thing consumes more and more energy. That is ALLATRA on its way. Consequently, the less energy, ALLATRA, we have, the faster time flows. With further expansion, at some point the power of ALLATRA will simply weaken, and there will come a point when it will disappear altogether. And with that will disappear the entire universe. And this gives us an understanding of what our material world essentially is. It seems enormous with its billions of years in galaxies, but in fact it's dust. Yet we are given this temporary body and this temporary world for some reason. And isn't this the most important question for each person, as well as for humanity as a whole? Who am I, and what is my purpose? And what is our purpose as a civilization? And it is said in a hadith transmitted by Muslim, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Do not waste time, Al-Dahr, for Allah, the only one who created time." Thank you so much.
Время действительно ценнейший ресурс.
Yes, indeed, time is a very valuable resource, and its components are space and gravitation. The nature of gravitation is now the initial of studies, but now we already understand that the process of gravitation are begotten on the micro level. Studying this through the theory of Shipov's physical vacuum theory, Mr. Shipov came to the conclusion that the speed of object depends, the mass of object depends on the speed of its movement, and we will see about this in the next video.
Mass depends on the rotational movements occurring within it. You take scales. I had scales with an accuracy of 1/100th of a gram. I took a toy gyroscope. I had a toy gyroscope which I bought in Thailand. And you weigh it. Scales can be electronic, shielded from the outside influences of airflows. And you weigh it. And so we weighed it. And we had this toy weighing 76 grams. The gyroscope didn't rotate. It was just a weight without rotation. Then we did an experiment and rotated it at about 200 to 300 revolutions per minute and put it on a scale. Well, it stood upright without having this kind of movement called precession. The weight remained the same, 76 grams. And the third experiment. We took it and made it precess, meaning the axis of the gyroscope made a rotation of about 2 to 3 revolutions per second. And we detected a decrease in weight of the gyroscope. Nikolai Kozyrev was the first to do this in the 1950s. It was then repeated by many, including the British and so on, and especially by the Japanese. They showed that the gyroscope loses weight. The reaction of the support of a precessing gyroscope will be less than the one which does not precess or does not rotate. So these experiments tell us that in this system, in the gyroscope, the internal rotation changes the weight of the gyroscope, and precession is not the gyroscope's own rotation, but the rotation of its axis, which is the internal rotation of this gyroscope. But if we learn to control this internal rotation, we can control the weight. So yogis, with their consciousness, after all, what are we? We're a set of gyroscopic systems, microgyroscopes, because every elementary particle in us, from the electron to the nuclei of which we are made up, has a spin, which means that all these microparticles, all of them rotate at enormous speeds, by the way. All these gyroscopes rotate, and spins are directed chaotically, depending on how the interaction of these particles is arranged inside us. And so, if we can, let's say, with our consciousness, make spins line up in a certain direction first, and then, with our consciousness, make them precess, then we will lose weight. There is an experiment by American doctors. A yogi sits on the scales. The scales are balanced. There is a line, 0, which means that his weight and the reaction of the support of the scales are balanced. He sits and begins to meditate. And suddenly, the arrow starts going down at first, meaning the yogi's weight increases. Then it starts to sharply increase, going up, which means that the yogi's weight decreases by 1.5 kilograms. So, a human is capable of decreasing or increasing his weight. Some increase it so much that they cannot be moved. So, I mean, you see, these are all real phenomena. It's not fiction, it's not defamation, it's reality which should be studied. Because if we understand how a yogi can lose weight, we will understand how we can fly in outer space, just like unidentified flying objects do.
Well, we will return to unidentified flying objects later. And now let's consider cases of anti-gravity in nature. For example, in insects. According to the laws of aerodynamics, the May beetle cannot fly, but it doesn't know about this and continues to fly. The next video about it.
Did you know that a May beetle is the object of great attention of aircraft developers all over the world? For example, in one of the design bureaus in France, there's a photograph of a beetle with an inscription below: "The flight of a maid beetle cannot be explained by any laws of thermodynamics." The beetle itself is unaware of that, yet it continues flying. According to the laws of modern physics and aerodynamics, a maid beetle is not supposed to fly. The area of its wing is too small relative to the insect's body mass. For a maid beetle to fly with an average mass of 0.9 grams, the insect must have a lift coefficient of 2 to 3, while in actual fact, a maid beetle has a lift coefficient lower than 1. The flight of a maid beetle has been the subject of a special study. An American scientist, Liam Bennett, who headed this research, came to the following conclusion: if we succeed in determining the aerodynamics of a maid beetle's flight, we will either discover some imperfection in the modern theory of the flight of this insect, or we will find out that a maid beetle has some unknown way of creating a high lifting force. Biologist Viktor Grebennikov once noticed the strange flying capacity of beetles too. Without any purpose, the researcher placed one underwing onto another, which was absolutely identical, and a very strange thing happened. The part broke free from the tweezers, hovered in the air for a couple of seconds, and then slowly fell down on the table. The wing plates obviously interacted. Viktor Stepanovich repeated the experiment, and one plate hovered over the other again. Then the scientists fastened several wings together with a wire, obtaining a chintic block, and right after that, not only light objects, but even a thumbtack easily hovered above the block. At some moment, the thumbtack even completely disappeared from the view as if it moved into another dimension. Grebennikov realized that he had accidentally found something different. He discovered the phenomenon of anti-gravitation. Later, the scientists called this discovery the cavity structure effect.
Accidentally discovering the effect of cavity structures, Viktor Stepanovich Grebennikov designed an anti-gravity platform on which he made an experimental flight. This device, resembling a small tabletop, moved rather quickly without making any sound.
Another example of this anti-gravitational influence is the Coral Castle, which was built by Edward Linstalkin without any construction equipment or even electricity. Let's watch a video about it.
In southeastern Florida, between Miami and Florida City, near Homestead, there is a strange architectural ensemble on the seashore, one of the greatest mysteries and wonders of the modern world, the Coral Castle. It is famous not for its artistic value, which actually doesn't exist, but for the way it came into being. The wonder and mystery is that Edward Linstalkin built it on his own, without using any equipment, although the total weight of this ensemble is 1,100 tons. The frail man had no car or any machinery at all. He only had a bicycle that he rode to the city. He didn't even have electricity. Nevertheless, he repeatedly went down to the ocean, cut multi-ton limestone chunks from a coral atoll in an incomprehensible way, brought them to the site, processed, and laid them out the way he wanted. The gate he made in a wall is a real masterpiece and one of the owner's most mysterious creations. Just imagine a lumped cut of a coral monolith measuring 3 by 1.5 by 1 meters and weighing 9 tons is installed in such an amazing way and so perfectly balanced and centered that it easily revolves on its axis at a single touch of a finger. Even a child can open it. Neither scientists nor those who study this phenomenon can understand it so far. During his lifetime, its reply to all the inquiries of its contemporaries was succinct, extensive, and at the same time quite unequivocal. I have discovered the secret of the pyramid builders. Only once, he added to this phrase, I learned how Egyptians and other ancients built in Peru, Yucatan, and Asia using primitive tools to lift and install stone blocks weighing many tons. Edward believed that contemporary science is not sufficiently familiar with the nature of magnetic currents. In his view, it's all about individual magnets and the movement of these magnets in space where they produce phenomena such as magnetism and electricity. Some researchers consider that in order to move stone blocks in the air, he used electromagnetism as a dynamic spinning force and thus affected the Earth's gravity. making the blocks weightless.
Для того, чтобы перемещать предметы по воздуху,
In order to move objects
использовать подручные средства или изобретения
without
науки,
any means,
альтернативой является
there is an alternative such as telekinesis.
Many of you know such a thing as telekinesis, which is the movement of objects at a distance. Those who are interested in this topic more seriously are probably familiar with the name of Ninel Kulagina.
Yes, but unlike her, we will work with a much heavier object. In this case, it's a 1.5-liter bottle of water. As you can see, there is nothing here. And for you to make sure that the experiment is carried out in real time, here we have put a clock with a second hand. One person can do this, but it requires a lot of energy. It is much easier for two people together, and if a full group is working, then mass does not matter at all.
понимание сути процессов гравитации и
The understanding of the essence of processes of gravitation and anti-gravitation reveals great perspectives for us. For example, the prospect of creating spaceships that can travel throughout our galaxy.
Jana, is there a gravity on your ships? Or is there a weightlessness on them?
As you can see, there is gravity. Artificial gravity has existed on all our ships for about 3 billion years, according to the Earth chronology. Our ships are not prehistoric pods after all.
Jana, if there is such a question, could you please say, are there flying saucers?
Yes, of course. Flying saucers exist. But they don't fly on them, they eat from them. And we travel, in our terms, on hyperlight, or to be more precise, on isosmic spaceships. Well, to make it more clear, at the speed of gravitational interaction between cosmic bodies.
Да, действительно, сколько еще предстоит?
Yeah, really. How much more needs to be understood by modern science to learn how to control gravity? For example, to solve the riddle of black holes. Black hole is called black because it doesn't outgive anything. And of course, to see an object in the black hole is quite difficult, so modern science determines black holes mostly by huge gravity tangents.
В том месте, где наблюдается аномальное притяжение окружающей материи, там предполагается наличие
So in a place where there is some gravitation of anomalous gravitation of matter, they assume that there is a black hole there. So now scientists can assert anything about the nature and significance of black holes only hypothetically. The theoretical models of a black hole includes three major components so far: the ergosphere, the singularity, and the horizon of events. Singularity is a point with infinite density. The all known laws of physics do not apply there, so its nature is still unexplored. The horizon of events, the event horizon, is a thin implicit boundary which inside a black hole, beyond which cosmic bodies are irrevocably drawn towards each other, towards the singularity, and they disappear without trace. The orange area in the image, which you can see now on the screen, and outside and around the event horizon is ergosphere, and when attracted bodies move into this ergosphere, they move in direction to the black hole rotation and form something similar to an accretion disk. For objects which got into a black hole, time there flows much slower than for an external observer. This is what scientists have managed to identify. Also, the gravitational field is represented by a force gradient increasing towards the center, which means that all the bodies which are observed into the influence of a black force area, they are significantly stretched inside the black hole. Also, there is a mist which for almost 40 years researchers failed to unravel it, is where does information about the body observed in a black hole disappear? In order to find answer to this question, we need to manipulate and work with some other measurements, some other values. By using current values and measurements which we know nowadays, it's impossible to unravel this mystery, so it's important to understand what information is in reality. In order to simplify this understanding, let's go back to a good examples which we know with penoplastic bricks, transparent bricks, foam bricks. Just imagine that you have a certain number of foam bricks which are transparent. You are going to assemble a castle of these bricks. You have a plan according to which you want to build this castle. You have a will to do this, and you have force and powers to implement what you've planned. So you combine these transparent bricks one with another, and a certain color visible to the eye appears. So it all appears and is being built, and it becomes visible thanks to connections. If you suddenly, sorry, there is some technical pause. If a castle would be destroyed, the foam bricks would become invisible again. By themselves, without any plan of yours, without any will or force to build them and connect them, they will be unable to get together again into an orderly built castle. So these conventional transparent bricks, foam bricks, are a figurative comparison with information, which creates matter and sets all parameters to matter. This is the tiniest, that very tiniest pore particle, which we talked about earlier, while the visible castle is already what elementary particles are created at the subatomic level, quarks and leptons, of which atoms are formed, molecules are formed out of atoms, and so on and so forth. And all the visible matter of the universe appears. The ordered information, these very information bricks, which are always strictly in their places, this actually what distinguishes whether there is an atom and a star, and there is the whole big difference between an atom and a star in the order of the position of these bricks. Thanks to these bricks, information bricks, there is mass in all matter objects, and also gravity, space and time. It's enough to remove information, and that which we call matter will disappear. If there is no information, there is no matter. Now let's go back to black holes. So a black hole is a peculiar tool which for disassembling matter into information, into these transparent information blocks. Now we will see, the next speaker will tell us how this tool actually works. Thank you very much, Natalia. And now we go back to the black holes. The black hole is a spherical shape. It has a huge gravitational attraction and pull affecting the surrounding matter, but it has no mass at that. So appearance and disappearance of black holes in the universe in any number does not violate the law of constancy of the total mass of the universe. A black hole is a unique phenomenon in the universe, an anomalous region of immaterial nature. That's why it cannot be detected by our three-dimensional devices and equipment. The presence of a black hole triggers a mechanism that distorts the smooth flow of time in a given area of the universe, causing a space and time deformation. Please show us the video footage. The distortion of the course of time leads to certain interactions, resulting in an enormous gravitation that begins to attract material structures. Fragments of matter, like for example in the size of a moon, they start to be deformed while approaching the black hole due to enormous gravitational force. And when matter begins to enter the accretion zone, the most powerful gravitational field is created there, and matter is torn into pieces. The force here is such that it simply pushes the information bricks away from each other, so they lose their informational order. As soon as the order and their placement is destructed, due to which this matter was created such, the information is erased and dumped from the material structure, and matter disappears without getting into the black hole itself. There is a paradox here, because the black hole itself does not affect the information bricks, but it directly affects the matter. While information is being dumped from the matter, when information bricks are detached from recycled matter, some of them are separated in whole groups, clusters. They have no programs for life, so these clusters become short-lived objects. Their mass is 0.8 grams. These clusters emanate directly from the poles of the sphere in the form of background radiation. Very often after the work of a black hole, there remains a kind of garbage, whole clusters of fragments of stars and huge clouds of dust and gases, which are quite easily detectable by means of modern equipment. When the most gigantic black hole exists, in general, a very short period of time, but if a black hole is a transient phenomenon, then what is in the centers of the galaxies? Now we'll discover this, and Jana will.
Жанна, scientists say that there is a black hole at the center of our galaxy. What is actually located at the center of our galaxy?
There is a center of gravitational force that, in fact, keeps all the objects in the galaxy in their places. By the way, you still haven't answered me what gravity really is.
As an immaterial structure, a black hole appears out of nowhere in those parts of the universe where there is a certain perturbation of fields. The goal of a black hole is to ruin the matter which causes these perturbations. After doing its job, the black hole also disappears into nowhere again. The functions of a black hole can be conventionally compared to immune cells in a human body, which protect an organism from various kinds of pathogens. If black holes appear in the universe only where it's necessary, it means that someone controls this process, in fact. And again, Jana will respond to.
Jana, could you please tell us, do the Anunnaki have anything to do with such astronomical phenomena, which are called black holes, and do the Anunnaki use them to maintain order to the universe?
Certainly, just like other tools.
Да, обладая самой чистой энергией,
Yes, having the purest energy, Anunnakis are able to control matter at the scale of the universe. It would be wonderful if we could be able to control matter while getting together and unfolding the bricks of the matter. I give the floor to the next speaker. Another mystery of our universe are parallel worlds. Where are they? How are they formed? What is their role? And what is the role of the fundamental frequency in their formation? We will know about this from our following speakers.
The theory of the multiverse implies that multiple universes which originated in one point exist in parallel. This is really so. Even in this territory, in the space where our universe is located, there are a lot of parallel universes, a different frequency. That's it. I mean, the fundamental frequency. We'll return to that. What are multiple universes in modern understanding? According to our modern understanding, our universe originated from one point. There is matter, there is antimatter, there is a different frequency of vibrations and interactions, and they just don't mix, but everything occurs sort of in parallel, with a slight deviation. In other words, in parallel to this universe based on modern theories of the multiverse, there is also Tatiana everywhere. Let's say there are dozens of these universes and dozens of Tatianas in these universes. In our universe, in our three-dimensional reality, Tatiana is sitting here asking me questions, and we are talking with her and with you. Whereas somewhere in a parallel universe is the other way around. Tatiana is sitting here, I'm asking her questions, and she's answering.
Or she's sitting behind the camera.
Or she's sitting behind the camera, or she's busy.
Right.
With something somewhere, while somewhere else she hasn't arrived yet. That is a multitude, yet it is still Tatiana everywhere. It's very funny and silly. Why? Because there is such a notion as individuality. That's impossible. There are universes and they develop in parallel, but I'll put it this way. Not only people are not alike, even galaxies are not alike. Yes, there are various forms of life. The laws are approximately the same. There is a spiral development. Well, everything develops according to the same patterns, but even galaxies are not similar to one another. How can a lot of universes originate in one and the same point?
Several universes.
Right. Just to make it clear, everything depends on the fundamental vibration.
Resonance.
Absolutely right. In other words, what is this universal resonance or fundamental vibration, universal vibration? It is what works at a certain frequency. Meanwhile, our entire matter feeds on one energy. The entire universe consists of one energy. I understand there are numerous questions now. No, we have a great number of emanations that originate from this kind of energy, which has begotten everything, and everything is created upon it, and thanks to it, everything exists. Only afterwards, a variety of those kinds of energies appears, and this variety produces completely different resonance. Therefore, each of us has his or her own shape. If we look at the micro level of our DNA and RNA as an information structure, we will see the difference in resonance, not only the position of proteins and molecules, but we see the difference even in that very resonance of interaction in our DNA, say, of my body and Tatiana's body. They will work at their own frequencies. They will resonate with each other, but they will never work jointly. Why? We would not be even able to create conditions for her DNA and my DNA to work in one resonance, otherwise they would mix. This is very simple, but if we look at what is located much deeper, beyond the quantum limit, we will come to that energy which works at the universal frequency, that is, we will come to the universal resonance.
Спасибо за объяснение мультивселенной и понятие индивидуальность. Большое спасибо.
Thank you so much for explanation of multi-universes. Yes, parallel doesn't mean that there are such people like us and they're doing the same thing as us. An inquisitive person is always interested in how the world works, including many minds wondering whether there are parallel worlds, and if there are, what are there? Do people like us live there? Or maybe we ourselves exist simultaneously in different realities? The concept of multiple worlds is repeatedly mentioned in the Hindu Puranas. Also, the idea that there are many worlds was put forward by the ancient philosophers Democritus, Metrodorus of Chios, Epicurus. The term parallel worlds itself was introduced into everyday use by science fiction writers in the late 50s of the 20th century, when the widespread popularization of the most complex scientific ideas began. The theory deducted by physicists about the existence of many worlds is called the multiverse theory. For the first time, the scientific basis for the existence of other worlds was laid after the creation by Albert Einstein of the general and special theory of relativity. From it theoretically followed the possibility of the existence of an infinite number of universes moving in space and time kind of parallel to our world. Subsequently, Einstein's model of the world was refined by a number of cosmologists, including the Soviet theoretical physicist Alexander Friedmann, the Belgian mathematician Georges Lemaitre, and the English astronomer Arthur Eddington. They came to the conclusion that the number of universes is not only infinite, but also each of them has a different degree of space-time curvature. These worlds do not exist somewhere in the depths of the galaxy, but literally next to us, but only in a different frequency range. How is this possible? It's all about the fundamental frequency. Parallel worlds were formed at the time of the origin of the universe. As already mentioned today, the process of the formation of the universe can be figuratively compared to the inflation of a ball on a round bubble. The more this energy diverged and expanded, the more it was transformed into matter on the surface of the bubble. And when the material substance has been transformed from the initial energy, it has been transformed in several ranges. Thus, several parallel worlds have been created in such a way, and they exist separately from each other and do not interact with each other. It's like slices of the film. Each parallel world exists at its own fundamental frequency, and our perception is tuned to a specific frequency. So we do not see parallel worlds, although we are in the same space with them. But more on this later. What is a parallel? I shall explain with a figurative example from people's lives. Each person lives his life as if in his own everyday reality, in his microcosm, which for some moments intersects with some other realities in other people's lives. In other worlds, his individual consciousness lives separately, as if on its own parallel, but in a world that is common for everyone. Other people with their lives, thoughts, the inner world, and the external environment live parallel to him, and he is not even aware of their existence. Same with parallel worlds. There are many. Some come in contact with one another, others exist in parallel, remaining individual. But all of them are included in the system of 72 dimensions of the global universe. In other words, all parallel worlds exist within one isosmic grid. It is noteworthy that parallel worlds are somehow intertwined with different dimensions. From the 72nd dimension, you can make changes to any dimension in parallel, because it is the most complex and the highest one. And here we come to one interesting question. Why don't we see parallel worlds if we exist in the same space, and what does it mean that they exist at different frequencies? In fact, any parallel inside the universe is material and exists in its own time, in its own speeds, with its own variety of matter. And in parallel worlds, there are a variety of different life forms, and they may be absolutely different from everything that we are used to seeing in the three-dimensional world, and could not even imagine in science fiction films. And for understanding, one can give an example of creatures that can move freely between parallel worlds. Another form of life that mankind has managed to record at the moment is skyfish. They are not visible to the human eye as they are beyond our perception, but we can track their existence using digital equipment. Skyfish move by sliding along gravitational fields, and with the help of gravity, the speed of light can be significantly exceeded. Skyfish itself has a negative charge, therefore it violates gravity and it swims in the air. But due to the fact that skyfish have a negative charge, they draw positively charged water molecules from the air, and we see them thanks to the refraction of photons of them. And why can they instantly disappear in the literal sense of the word? Because when they're abruptly accelerating, these molecules disappear from them. And as far as we know, at a speed of 1.5 Mach, that is 1,800 km per hour, we can still observe them. This means that the higher the speed, the higher their negative charge is, which means that they can regulate their charge. This is exactly what determines their movement. It is also interesting to note that skyfish freely fly through any obstacle, that is, through the walls. ALLATRA TV participants managed to record the speed of movement of a skyfish by its flight caught on camera. It is 1,800 km per hour. More information about skyfish can be found in programs on ALLATRA TV. That is, we simply do not intersect with skyfish due to their speeds. It's like comparing the movement of a turtle and a high-speed train. And it is this understanding of the difference in the speed of time that underlines the understanding of the principle of parallel worlds. How can a person get into a parallel world? For a transition, acceleration of the energy potential inside a person is needed so that the moves of another time are parallel together with his astral and mental shells. Acceleration must occur at that level since parallels are just in different frequencies, but in the same veritable true time. They'll disappear here and appear in a more accelerated time. When a person appears in that world, he would get in a similar parallel, quite possibly with the same sea, sky, sun, but he will find himself in a completely different world that doesn't intersect with ours in life, due to its frequency characteristics. For instance, on a site where we have a building, there can be a desert or a forest. By parallel worlds doesn't mean exactly that same people like us.
Hey everyone, guys, we live in a paradoxical world. While we are on a seemingly stationary planet, we are hurtling through space at tremendous speed. And the stationary objects that surround us consist of millions of moving electrons. After what has been said, the question arises, is there anything static? Let's watch the picture. At the first sight, the static picture resembling a tortoise shell is in effect a Chladni figure and is obtained by means of oscillations. Let's look at how it is obtained. For this purpose, we need to see a video.
A thin sheet of metal is used as a platform to the center of which the generator is attached. When the generator is turned on, waves begin to propagate in all directions. Reaching the edge of the sheet, they reflect from it and start to propagate in the opposite direction. When direct and reflected waves meet, a so-called standing wave occurs, which has one very interesting property. It does not transfer energy, and oscillations themselves occur around certain points, which are called nodes. Getting on the surface of the plate, sand inevitably slides into these points, since only these points are stable.
It is interesting that using standing waves, you can not only form figures on a plane, but you can also fix bodies with mass in the air. Let's watch the video. In this case, using standing waves, we will watch the balls floating in the air. So we can assume that all objects around us are shaped by standing waves. The frequency of these waves determines the shape, but in this case, it was logical to assume that there is a fundamental frequency, and all other frequencies are only its harmonics, which are obtained as a result of interaction. In order to better understand how this works, let's remember how white light passing through a lens is decomposed into many different colors. In other words, the fundamental frequency is essentially the energy that forms all matter, and then all known and yet unknown types of energies emerge from it. It is important to note that in order to form particles of a very small size, this frequency must be beyond the quantum limit. To learn more about how frequency shapes the world around us, let's watch a video of Sergei Ivanovich Sukhonis. Thank you, friends.
Any system, if it is closed, it self-destructs and comes to a state of complete equilibrium. Take, for example, you and me. Well, we are not so cruel. We will take any living organism, put it in capsules, and send it on a space journey for 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, what will happen to that organism inside the capsule? Got it, right? The bunny will not survive. We need to interact with the environment. And we actually have an open system, because we interact not only with nutrients, we breathe, and so on. Information flows, energy flows, cosmic rays pass through us. We receive a lot of information, energy from the open system, and that is why closed systems, this is an observable fact, gradually degrade and self-destruct. There is nothing you can do about it, it's just the way the universe works. What about harmonics and Schumann resonance? Schumann waves are an interesting phenomenon. I was once interested in it, but not deeply. In fact, from my point of view, the entire universe, the entire material world, is a grand interference picture of global, multidimensional oscillations in the ether, which create the most complex harmonics, and it's quite difficult to understand. The only thing I can say is that there are two sources of frequencies. They have a plurality of harmonics. They go towards each other. These basic frequencies are the frequencies that come from the depths of matter. These are pulsations of the same maximums. This is the breath of ether, which appears in experiments in the form of flicker noise, the so-called pink noise. The fact is that in almost all natural processes, experimenters detect a long-wave spectrum, which they call flicker noise, and to understand the nature of this flicker noise is impossible. It's also impossible to destroy it. It exists. That is, if we listen to this breath of the universe, coming from the depths of matter, the pulsations rising to the macro level in the form of long waves. These are long waves that are formed by beats. Then we'll hear some kind of constant noise. It's like this. That's the ether making noise. And it creates its own frequencies, and among those frequencies are very steady beats. These beats have a period of scale axis, 10 to the power of 20, 10 to the power of 25, 10 to the power of 30. All this is calculated and described in my book. I won't talk about it all now. But this energy is free. It spreads throughout the universe. And because the universe has its own boundaries, it is reflected from these boundaries. And all this energy goes back, and a standing wave is formed. And not just a standing wave, but a harmonious standing wave with all the overtones. There is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh harmonic, and so on ad infinitum. And these harmonics create a counter frequency. And this counter frequency interacts with the internal frequency in every point of space as well. There is an interaction in the etheric field of these energies, internal pulsations and external ones, at every point on every scale. This is the most complex physical picture, which creates a gigantic, complex and multidimensional interference.
Устроен наш мир. So
this is how our world is arranged, because all these parallels are actually located in our multi-dimensional universe, and the human during his lifetime can actually get to know all 72 dimensions. The next speaker will tell us about that.
Hello, friends. From the book by Anastasia Novych ALLATRA, we know that the universe consists of 72 dimensions. They are all interconnected and, at the same time, separated. Their difference is in the energy architecture. We'll learn more about the dimensions of the universe in the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
There are 72 dimensions. 6 dimensions are our material world, and 66 are the superstructures which control it. Meaning there are those who control everyone, the Anunnaki and everyone in the world. These are another 66 dimensions, to ensure that there are no failures or violations. So let's attribute all these 72 dimensions, to a large sphere, the universe, with its multiple manifestations, parallels and everything else. Well, there is a zero dimension. This is everything. What is the zero dimension? It is infinity. Boundlessness and infinity. Our consciousness is unable to perceive it. But if we take our universe, which is sort of huge and infinite, it is almost nothing. From the position of zero dimension or the spiritual world, it is absolutely nothing. It's not even there. It's just an inclusion.
The human brain perceives only the first 3 dimensions, and only in a limited range. But in the altered state of consciousness, a person, as an observer, can perceive from the 2nd to the 6th dimension. Man cannot perceive the 1st dimension consciously. For him it will be just a point, like nothing, in the 3-dimensionality. But if nothing contains everything, the 1st dimension is the azoosmos. That is the primary internal energy push. The function of the 2nd dimension for human perception is a peculiar storage and transfer of information, although the functions of the 2nd dimension are much broader. From the position of the 3rd dimension, human makes his choice, which information he pays attention to. This is the dimension where a man applying power and energy begins to create, and for perception it is just one more coordinate added. The 4th dimension is time, where a human practically does not understand or perceive it. That is, being in that 3-dimensional space, we constantly perceive ourselves here and now in this point. Our brain, being in the usual state of consciousness, does not notice the moment in time, but this does not mean that one is not able to perceive it at all. The 5th and 6th dimensions are the world of energy and information. From the position of the 6th dimension, material structures are not perceived at all. A small change in the higher dimensions leads to a significant change in the lower dimensions. And then the higher dimension is, the more significant these changes are. The famous Soviet aircraft designer and physicist Robert Ludwigovich Bertini, author of 60 completed airplane designs, also talked about 6 dimensions. Bertini also studied cosmogony and philosophy. He submitted a report to the Academy of Sciences in which he substantiated the 6-dimensionality of space. According to Bertini's theory, the world of 4-dimensional only in perception of our consciousness. In reality, physical phenomena occur in the 6-dimensional continuum. According to Bertini's hypothesis, the 4th dimension is human life, the present moment in which he makes his choice, a straight line from the past to the future. The fifth dimension is an infinite number of existing choices in the present moment. In Bartini's system, this is the time plane, where a person can make a choice out of an infinite number of possibilities at any given moment. And the sixth dimension is absolutely all existing information, in fact, an infinite number of choices a person can and cannot make at a given moment in time. It is clear from the theory that the higher the dimension is, the more complicated it is, and the more influence it has on the lower ones. But how does the man relate to these dimensions? Let's turn to the Encyclopedia of Primordial Knowledge, the book ALLATRA, which talks about the human structure and how it looks from the perspective of different dimensions. The human structure in the first dimension looks like a point, too. In the second dimension, the human structure will look like a cross, in the middle of which is a circle at the intersection of its lines. Well, everyone knows what a person in the third dimension looks like. In the fifth dimension, from the position of interaction of subtle energies, a man looks like a pyramid with a separated top. In the sixth dimension, there is a small modernization of a pyramid. Human consciousness is in the fourth dimension, and being in a usual state, perceives only three-dimensionality. And in order to perceive what is in the higher dimensions, the instrument of study need to be in the same dimension. Our consciousness has the function, with sufficient training, to penetrate consciously to the sixth dimension, and in this process can be controlled. A man can cognize the world beyond the third dimension by expanding his consciousness and intellectual horizons, as well as by systematic practice of the altered state of consciousness, meditations, spiritual practices, but not by logic of mind, but by his more perfect instrument, intuitive sense, the sixth sense. In this case, consciousness is just the recorder, which can be in the next dimension, while the observer, the human personality, is in the highest material dimension, that is, in the sixth dimension. Man is stably in 6 dimensions at the same time, but thanks to his unique energy structure, he is connected to all 72 dimensions. But it is one thing to be connected and not even understand these invisible interconnections, and another thing to have a conscious cognition of all these dimensions and in his new spiritual quality. A spiritually developed man can comprehend all 70 dimensions during his lifetime, but a person who has already comprehended the 7th dimension becomes a newborn unit of the spiritual world, an immortal spiritual being with individual consciousness and great spiritual potential. That is, a being who is released from the circle of reincarnations and may at any time leave his temporary shell, a physical body, and consciously go to the spiritual world. The complexity of the structure of the universe and the complexity of the structure of man prove that both man and the universe could not have appeared by chance. It is the result of creation, and this is what scientists say. And in following video, we offer you to see what Professor Pyotr Alexeyevich Kondratyenko says about the creation of the universe.
When there is a creator, he creates the universe. He creates the universe starting from a minor point. What is it like? It has minimal dimensions called the Planck length. Planck is a Nobel laureate A remarkable person. He was a German physicist. He introduced the concept of quantum mechanics. So that Planck length is about 10 to the power of minus 33 of a centimeter. So the energy has to go in through a tiny hole like this. And what kind of energy is that? The scalar field. The scalar field became known in the 1920s. There was a scientist by the name Kaluza who geometrically combined gravitational and electromagnetic radiation. And by chance, it turned out that there should also be a scalar field, but no one understood what it was. Well, I understood this, thank God, because I was given the information that it was entering through that tiny hole. It is a multidimensional, fundamental sphere, and all the dimensions and coordinates are cyclically looped within themselves in a circle. The fact that the dimensions are close-looped has been known for almost 100 years. So, at the birth of the universe, it is necessary that this closed dimension, this ring, should expand at high speed. It means that the one-dimensional space is looped in itself. This circle is called the brain of the two-dimensional world. It is one-dimensional. It is a narrow diameter of the order of 10 to the power of minus 33. Moreover, this world is inhabited. In addition to one-dimensional space and two-dimensional space, this is a model of the purely geographical surface of the Earth. The two-dimensional space is also looped in itself. Each coordinate, either along a parallel or a meridian, is necessarily close-looped. The same goes for the three-dimensional space. Here, the three coordinates are looped in themselves. As in the previous two cases, the dimension is a brane for each subsequent one, either in the plane or in the sphere. The same is for the brane for the four-dimensional space. In fact, four-dimensional space does not manifest itself. It's just that its radius affects the size, the measurement of three-dimensional space. What is my point? That our three-dimensional space necessarily has finite dimensions of its volume.
Yes, through one little point, a whole energy comes, which actually begets all the material universe. But are there any coordinates in this point? As we know from the ALLATRA book by Anastasia Novych, the emergence and appearance of matter actually arises in the point of intersection between the 72nd and the first dimension, and echoes of this knowledge are preserved in the mythology of such ancient peoples in Asia, in North America. And the epic of these peoples know about the serpent who bites its tail. In the myths of the Dahomey people about the origin of the world, the Idachveda serpent was a slave of Mavulizar god, and it is mentioned that when there was the creation deed, this serpent actually was keeping the god in his hole, in his mouth. A body of a snake as a symbol of 72 dimensions was depicted as an image of rings on the snake's body, and the tail meant the first dimension and the head meant 72nd dimension, and the biting point points to the connection of between the 72nd dimension and the first dimension, meaning a transition complex to the simple. Unfortunately, the meaning of this symbol was lost in time. Speaking of the origin of the universe from a point, it is interesting to note that from time immemorial in various cultures, a point or a circle was denoting zero. This notion of zero was associated with the primordial void, emptiness, which actually meant the origin of all things in existence. Zero was interpreted as big mystery, absolute, the original moving force and all opportunities of potential and nothingness, and thus origination of everything material. And such interpretation of the concept of zero was preserved in many languages of the world. Let's watch a video on this subject.
For example, in Sanskrit, shunya, Greek, Medan, which means nothing, zero, Latin, nullis, that means not a one. In the Yoruba language, widespread in the western part of Africa, zero sounds as odo or ofo and means emptiness, nothing, and so on. The English word zero, as well as the French word zero, Spanish cero, and similar names of zero in other languages, derives from Arabic root sifr, meaning emptiness, nothing, absence of anything. In Arabic, the word zero still has the same root. In ancient times, in the East, understanding of existence was associated with the temporality of being and the short time sojourn of human body in it, and the understanding of the real life was connected with the spiritual world, with the fusion of the personality with the soul and passing into the spiritual world. It is not accidental that zero was depicted as an empty circle, thus indicating that there is no death but absolute life inside the circle. Although this is not the only one depiction of zero. For example, in Mesoamerica, the people of the Mayan civilization more often drew zero as an empty shell, although there are also 25 more hieroglyphs which denote the concept of zero, one of which two spirals similar to the Russian letter Z. The Maya called zero Tulakal, and the Aztec simply everything. In Asia, the most popular image of zero, apart from circle, was a dot. For example, in Arabic proto-script, one can find the diacritic mark sukun, silence, calmness, which looks like a small zero. In religious and philosophical teaching of ancient India, Tantrism, from Sanskrit tantra, system, braid, yarn, spinning wheel, cloth, text, and so on. There is the Bindu sign, literally dot. This concept is interpreted as spot, grain, source, basis. In Sufism, dot in Arabic, nask, plays an important role in handing down the teaching as the inner knowledge.
As the
Polish mathematician Hugo Steinhaus said, mathematics mediates between spirit and matter. Indeed, even in basic mathematical concepts we can find confirmations of the original essence of the concept of zero. For instance, in geometry, the intersection of zero coordinates on coordinate axis forms a point which is called the origin of coordinates. In other words, the point of reference for all other points. In the same way, the drop of ALLATRA is also the point of reference for the entire material world. Modern physicists know that the zero state is not nothing, it is something, a balanced structure known as the internal structure of zero in ancient Hindu mathematics. Another interesting fact from the ALLATRA book is that the mass of the universe is constant and equals to zero. while the mass of matter is changing all the time. So the amount of matter, its volume, density, and so on, and the very fact of its presence in the universe does not affect the total mass of the universe. The total mass of matter will be perceived as huge only for observers of the third, fourth, and fifth dimensions. Gennady Ivanovich Chipos will tell us about the levels of our reality and the reason for the appearance of the material world from the perspective of the theory of the physical vacuum.
There is a world of higher reality, which we cannot call a material one because there are no energies there, but there is what they call information. So for the first time, some equations appear in physics. They're written right here. They're derived from the equation of the physical vacuum, and they describe a new type of reality, the world of higher reality. The highest level is absolute nothingness. It, that is, absolute nothingness, has an identical equation. From our point of view, 0 identically equals 0. But this absolute nothingness is a causation for the emergence of all the lower levels, including the material world. Therefore, absolute nothingness first creates information as a tool. In our theory, we call it primary torsion fields. Their speed of transferring the information is instantaneous. In other words, if this signal appears, it immediately spreads across the entire universe. And then these fields create a matrix of possibilities, meaning a physical vacuum, a certain matrix of, say, all future laws and objects that will be created in the material world. They are created at the level of the physical vacuum, and all this can be studied. These equations can be solved and appropriate conclusions can be drawn based on certain analytical equations. As for the upper level, the absolute nothingness, which is a synonym for God, in my opinion, our equations cannot say anything about this level. Completely different methods of research are needed here, which apparently have their origin in all religious approaches. In this way, absolute nothingness begins to be experienced somehow. The indirect proof of the existence of God is superluminal, an instantaneous transmission of information from one point of the universe to another.
Greetings, dear friends. People who are seriously engaged in science are convinced that there is the spirit in the laws of nature and that spirit is higher than human. In the book by PhD Farmin, A Proof of the Existence of God, reflects the indisputable facts of scientific research and discovers that the world was created by God. More than 300 outstanding scientists, many of them Nobel laureates, convincingly testify to the existence of the spiritual world, the creation of our universe with a strictly ordered plan. The deeper one's knowledge, the more certain are one's notions of cognition of the spiritual world. How many scientists come to this and in this sense have spoken out. One of America's greatest scientists in the field of television creation, Elmer Engstrom, when he was asked about the origin of the universe, he stated directly, "I see a well thought out and developed plan by which creation was accomplished." Robert Millikan, a physicist, one of the most famous American scientists who discovered the photoelectric effect, said he also studied the space, race, and he said, "Everything I see helps me trust God in everything I don't see. Behind every clockwork there must be a clockmaker, and therefore behind the precision of the intricate mechanism of the universe there must be a divine designer and creator." Also famous German physicist, the founder of quantum physics, Max Planck, said, "For believers, God is in the beginning, and for physicists, He is at the end of all considerations." One of the founders of electrodynamics, the French physicist, mathematician, and chemist André-Marie Ampère, he introduced the concept of electric current into physics. So the unit of electric current was called ampere. We can see only the works of the Creator, he said, but through them we rise to knowledge of the Creator himself. Also, one famous American physicist and inventor, Thomas Edison, who invented the electric light bulb and many more things, he said, "The existence of an intelligent creator, a personal God, so to say, can to my mind almost be proved from chemistry." James Joule, English physicist, mathematician, engineer, discoverer of Joule's law defining the thermal effect of electric current, said, "We find a vast variety of phenomena connected with the conversion of living force and heat into one another, which speak in language which cannot be misunderstood of the wisdom and beneficence of the great architect of nature." PhD in physics and mathematics, Professor Ruslan Miliano, he writes, "Everything is energy. Every form of matter, both living and non-living, is energy. Spirit and spirituality are also energy. It should be particularly noted that energy and consciousness are synonymous. That is, everything is not only energy but also consciousness. There can be no energy without consciousness, and there can be no consciousness without energy. In this context, God is both consciousness and energy of a global scale." Many philosophers have argued that, in addition to the material world, there is the spiritual world. The theory of the physical vacuum confirmed this assertion. The spiritual world is the primary basis of everything. Justifying the theory of the physical vacuum and torsional fields, that is, force field that appears due to the torsion of space, physicists came to the need to accept God. And Russian academician Anatoly Akimov said that the physical nature of the absolute and the physical nature of consciousness is the torsion field. As a result, it appears that nature itself has made sure that we have the physical ability to have a direct connection with the absolute. It follows that each person can directly communicate with God, if God wants it. One more scientist, Professor PhD Werner Gitt, director of the German Federal Institute of Physics and Technology. He said, "There is no known natural law through which matter can give rise to information. Neither is any physical process or material phenomenon known that can do this." Also known scientist, German astronomer, physicist, and mathematician who discovered the laws of planetary motion in the solar system, Johannes Kepler, quoting, "And you also, my soul, praise the Lord, your Creator, as long as I shall live. From Him and through Him and in Him are all things, both the sensible and the intellectual, both those of which we are entirely ignorant and those which we know, a very small part of them, as there is yet more beyond." Greatest British physicist, astrophysicist, and cosmologist, Sir James Hopwood Jeans, said, Modern scientific theory compels us to think of the Creator as working outside time and space, which are part of His creation, just as the artist is outside his canvas. As a result, many astronomers have come to realize the following fact. Matter and time were created by the Almighty Creator, independent of these two categories and possessing an infinite will. The facts of molecular physics, genetics, and biochemistry confirm the existence of the spiritual world. Mathematicians, biologists, and natural scientists openly declare the Almighty Creator who created our universe is the great God, the Lord of all worlds. Science comes to the conclusion that the spiritual world is infinite, eternal, and unchanging. It has no such categories as motion, evolution, birth, and death. God exists outside of time and therefore is eternal and unchanging. God lives outside of space, but He is omnipresent. That is, there is no place where God does not exist. God is all-powerful. He is the Creator, the original cause of the universe's existence, which He created from a drop of Allah. Every person who will comprehend the countless scientific facts will recognize that the universe was indeed created in a special way to maximize the conditions for humans' spiritual development. And now we will watch an interview with Roman Ivanovich Kostik, PhD in physics and mathematics.
Every action must have its own cause. That is, in nature, nothing happens without a reason. Therefore, there must be a reason for the origin of our universe. The universe did not exist, and then the universe have appeared. And on the other hand, this cause or reason must be outside of the material universe. Outside of the material universe, there can only be the spiritual world. Therefore, science cannot answer this question. How did this small point, a small volume of space with very high energy, appeared, and then this energy turned into the matter? That is that the science can consider just a few seconds after that. That is called the Big Bang. How our universe developed in accordance with the laws of physics. There are only 4 such laws. And then there is the development, how the first stars and the galaxies were formed, how our Earth came into being, how stars live and die. All of that is further explained by the science. The only thing that this science has no answer for is where does this small point has actually emerged with such a large energy came from, because it contradicts the basic laws of science. Every action must have its own cause. And look here at this question, the science will never be able to answer, not because we don't have the time or we don't have the knowledge, but because the science, it has proven such a wonderful theorem of Gödel. We talked about it. A remarkable theorem of the Austrian mathematician has proven. And it goes like this: no closed system cannot be fully understood from within. I often give such an example that if we were in our room without any type of information from the outside, we will not be able to answer the question, what does the house in which we are located look like, and where did we have the material for building this house? And to answer this question, you need to either get information or go beyond the borders of the house or the room. At the same in the universe, beyond the material universe, there only can be the spiritual world.
Исконные знания уже
The
давно
primordial knowledge was lost a long time ago for the most part, but although everything once had one single root and there was a common language and common signs, common symbols, but now the language is forgotten, although the signs have still remained.
Knowledge about the spiritual world and the way of comprehending it was reflected in signs and symbols. They conveyed the spiritual meaning and essence of knowledge, and they were understandable in any corner of the world. The ALLATRA sign was a sign for people, sort of a reminder of the primordial knowledge, of increasing one's inner spiritual heat of love for God. In other words, a reminder of the spiritual development of personality. A circle is a symbol of the soul. A bug and a rhombus are symbols of spiritual transformation. All these signs and symbols were carefully conveyed from generation to generation in ancient civilizations and cultures. Signs have remained until today just as they were, and the memory of the power of the influence of signs has remained in a human at the genetic level.
Мир духовный, он бескрайний, бесконечный и вездесущий.
The world of the spirit is boundless, infinite, and omnipresent. Everyone can be in touch with it and become a part of it. People who strive for God have known Him and passed on their experience to us. Now we are going to find out how they described the spiritual world.
So you, inexpressible, invisible, intangible, immovable, the one who is everywhere and forever and feels everything, you suddenly appear, you, the omnipresent one. Reveal yourself as the second sun. Oh, inexpressible benevolence! The ever-dynamic mind then becomes still and devoid of thoughts. The light increased in brightness, and once again I was losing the perception of myself and the world around me. Something unknown remained, which had no end and no beginning. But in this unspoken something, there was a life, and it itself was true life. Unconditional, requiring nothing to supplement or diminish it. At that time, the mind was no longer willing to return from this boundless life into that small creature bent near a rock, in which it had to live again, move and speak. They dwell in a certain place, but when they are commanded or allowed to do so, they immediately travel to wherever they are needed around that realm. And not only do they meet any obstacles, but they also do not see them. They travel whenever it is needed. If there is no need, they remain in their place and they see in all directions what's where and what's happening.
Этот опыт понять умом.
Yes, it is very difficult to understand this experience with the mind because consciousness does not understand the nature of the spiritual world. This world is static, but is diverse. It is constantly replenished, but it does not increase. It is possible to be everywhere in the spiritual world and wherever you need at a certain time. We will learn more about this from an excerpt from the video about the spiritual world with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Why? Because the spiritual world is eternal. Everything in it is eternal. It is static. It is there. But it's different at all the time. There is no instant where One instant would repeat another in the spiritual world. There is no such thing, even in our understanding. Well, first of all, an instant doesn't exist there. Secondly, there is constant diversity, but in our understanding, diversity is dynamics. In our understanding, eternal love would be boring. Well, you have to agree that permanent joy, happiness, love, our consciousness will not understand this. It will say, it's impossible, it would be very boring. Isn't it so?
It is.
That brings our consciousness into some kind of sadness. How can this be? But when a person embarks on the spiritual path and when he really, truly receives a response from the spiritual world, he understands. He realizes that every moment of communication with the eternal world is so precious and beautiful, and those who have more practice and are really able to be in an uninterrupted relationship with the spiritual world, well, somehow no one has yet said that it is tedious. There is no movement in the spiritual world. That is, a person cannot get from point A to point B by moving. Here, in order to get, let's say, to cross a road, from one side of the street to the other, you have to make a lot of energy-consuming movements. You need to cross. In the spiritual world, you can be everywhere simultaneously everywhere. You can be at the point where you need to be. You don't move. That's where the paradox is. If we are forced to move through space here, there is no space over there. For understanding, space is a bounded volume. That is, whatever and wherever it would be, it is bounded, while there are no boundaries. No matter where you want to be, you are there, because you want to be or you need to be. And that's it. That's an incorrect example. I emphasize, this is not so. But it's for understanding. For instance, you are on our planet, right where you are now. But you need to get to Mars. Well, you don't have money. Elon Musk is not your friend. The chances are zero. But if you possess certain skills, all you have to do is move there, let's say mentally. And here's the paradox. For us, here, to even move, I mean astral projection, we have to move from here to there. And now imagine, again, those who actually have enough spiritual experience, understand, still live by the logic of the mind. I will explain by giving the following example. You need to get from our planet Earth, from the point where you are, to a certain point on Mars. This point approaches you. Not you approach it, but it approaches you. And the difference is huge. But still here, why is this an incorrect example? Because there is movement of something somewhere. While there, in the spiritual world, well, it's really very hard to express it. This happens. I mean, you are everywhere. You are everywhere simultaneously. But you are where you want or where you need to be.
Igor Mikhailovich, when a person is in love, this state can be described as a kind of expansion. Yet, does the spiritual world expand?
It has nowhere to expand.
Does it enlarge? These are the questions that people ask.
It cannot enlarge. And there is a paradox here. Well, it's again hard to express it in our words. Why? Angels come to the spiritual world constantly, every moment. Why? There's a mass of universes, there's a great number of them, where, let's say, each universe contains a mass of other universes, that is, parallel universes or multiverses. And so angels come from everywhere, all the time. It's a huge constant inflow which has always been and will always be, and it is present today. And even from this biological thinking, we come to an understanding if there is a constant inflow of a huge number of angels into the spiritual world. It's a huge number, which actually gives joy to the spiritual world. And the spiritual world is constantly in joy from the manifestation and arrival of more and more new angels. That is, it's a constant renewal, hence it must continually expand. Guys, this is not China. And this is not India, where the more people, the more territory is needed. Understand it correctly. This is not a game of sublimation. Again, I'll explain why. Because everything that comes into the spiritual world has actually come out of it, but it's a different form. The imperfect becomes perfect. In the spiritual world, there is nothing imperfect.
Wir möchten Sie daran erinnern, dass Sie live bei dem Fakten-Kaleidoskop zum Thema Mensch und Universum dabei sind.
We remind you that you're watching a live kaleidoscope effects on man and the universe. Earlier, we looked at how our universe and the whole world beyond it is structured, and now we would like to talk about man.
Das Universum ist nach dem Gesetz
The universe is arranged according to the law of similarity. Everything in it is fractal, and man is no exception. Let's look at Vladimir Podoruyev's talk about the interconnection between the structure of man and the universe.
Greetings, friends. Further, we introduce various facts about the structure of human, the universe, and their correlation, as Eugen already said. Considering all these phenomena together, we get a whole picture where each fact, as a puzzle, contributes to the overall picture. I would like to begin with the excerpt from the book Sensei, The Primordial of Shambhala. Well, in the human body, there is an informational network that, together with nervous, blood, and endocrine systems, coordinates physiological processes. A person is, so to say, permeated with waveguides, by which important information is transferred, with the help of a bioradiation in a microwave band. All this naturally interacts with the magnetic field of the Earth, with cosmic rays and so on. But the thing is that informational function for the body is carried out only by weak fields. Otherwise, the mechanisms of self-protection is triggered in the cells and they stop receiving information. This information is interesting to relate to the research of a group of scientists from Seoul National University, Korea, South Korea, led by Professor Kwang Sabuchon. They confirmed the existence of the so-called primovascular system, which combines features of the cardiovascular, nervous, immune, and hormonal systems, and turned out to be technically rather difficult to detect it. The system consists of primary nodes and primary vessels, as shown schematically in the figure. Scientists, please, technical team, can you please show the picture? Here there is. Here we see schematically the system of primary nodes and primary vessels. So scientists believe that it provides a physical basis for explained acupuncture points and meridians in traditional Oriental medicine. The following figure shows a diagram of a singular primary vessel. Today, some work in this direction is being done by other group of scientists in several countries. The system of primary vessels was first described in 1962 in reports from Bong Han Kim, South Korea. Scientists note that the discovery of the structure and function of the system has fundamentally changed the basic understanding of biology and medicine, and it's involved in the development and function of living organisms. That is, it gives us a deeper understanding of how the human body is structured, and therefore expands our capabilities and methods of healing it as well. Further, revealing the theme of quote Valery Uvarov, a scientist specialist in the field of paleoscience and paleotechnology, ufologist, The whole world, the entire universe, is arranged as a human himself is arranged. In other words, a human is a micro-projection of the universe. So, from the perspective of mathematics, such similarity to the whole is called fractality. Let's look at some fascinating facts. Italian scientists Franco Vazza and Alberto Folletti from the universities of Bologna and Verona investigated the similarity between two of the most complex systems in nature: the network of neural cells in the human brain and the cosmic network of galaxies. Waiting for the images. In certain scales, as seen in this third column in the figure, the structure of the neural network of brain tissues. So we see, like in this third column, it was shown a neural cells in human brain and the cosmic network of galaxies, and they're very similar. So the blue lines in this picture show connections between galaxy clusters and connections between neurons in cerebellar and cortical tissues. The resulting patterns have a clear correlation, as it reflected in the mathematical graphics below. The results indicate that the interaction of very different physical processes leads to similar levels of complexity and self-organization of structures, despite the sharp difference in spatial scales, approximately 10 and 27 degrees. This indicates the similarity of the small to the large, the very fractality in the universe. Continuing the theme of fractality, I'd like to tell about another interesting observation, which was shared with us by astrophysicist Vladimir Alexeyevich Samodurov. You're in the formation of a young star around it for the first several 10,000 years, a rather dense and hot medium with a temperature of about 200 till 300 degrees Celsius is formed. In this environment, clumps are formed inside which conditions are created for the so-called maser radiation. The picture shows the Orion Nebula, and in the upper corner you can see the cone of maser radiation in orange. If you translate the radio waves into the language of sound waves, the star is really screaming. A star lives for billions of years. A star baby has been screamed for a few thousand years. Similarly, a human being is born and screams for about a minute and then leaves about 70 years after that, approximately. We get the same ratio as for the stars. Such a single fact in itself seems random. However, the facts are piling up, and it becomes obvious that this is a certain law of the world order, where the same picture is fractally repeated at different scales. Now I pass the floor to Oksana.
Спасибо, Владимир. Тема фракталов очень интересная, и мы можем наблюдать повсюду их. Как в микрообъектах, так и в макро.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. The subject of fractals is very interesting, and it was very amazing for me to find the similarity between a human eye and a nebula.
Interestingly, the knowledge of fractality has always been there. Fractality is the basis of many myths about the creation of the world and the first man. For example, there are several myths in which the world was created from giant body parts of the first man. Different peoples call this man differently. In ancient Indian mythology, he was called Purusha. In ancient Egyptian, Ptah. In ancient Chinese, Pangu, and so on. According to the myths, parts of his body turned into specific cosmic phenomena and elements of relief. For example, his breath became the wind, his hair became constellations, his eyes became the sun and the moon, and so on. It is interesting that the back always turned into the sacred mountains of the world. That is, A man's back always became the axis of the created world, of the world tree. The ancient peoples attached great importance to the world tree. It has always been the foundation upon which the world rests. Such a mythological tree determined the organization of the universe itself. Not surprisingly, it was the back that became the axis of the world. In the human body, it is the back, or more precisely, the spine, that plays the role of the central support. The ancient Chinese doctors compared it to the tree of life, which has its roots in man, a powerful trunk and a mighty crown that goes into the brain. The spine is the support, it assumes the main law. The strength limit of the spine is determined, among other things, by the shape of its vertebrae. The shape of the vertebrae in this section resembles the letter T. This T-shape formed is also used in architecture. For example, one of the strongest beams, which takes the main loads, is T-beam. It is T-shaped just like a vertebra. The vertebra and the T-beam. Even in ancient times, they not only knew about the strengths of the T-shaped form, but also schematically depicted the most significant cult images with this shape. Consider, for example, a drawing from the Aztec manuscript codex Feyerabadi-Meyer. Interestingly, similar T-shaped structures are found in the ancient Göbekli Tepe complex, which is about 12,000 years old. It is considered an open-air observatory. So, we have learned that the human spine plays an important role in the myths of various peoples. It carries an image of the world axis, the center of the universe. The human spine, in general, is mysterious by its nature. Take an intervertebral disc, for example. It may look so modest, but in fact, it is the disc that connects the spine. If we look into the nature of its biochemistry, at least at the molecular level, the whole galaxy opens before us. And this is not a metaphor. This is an amazingly complex world of micro and macrocosmos. And intervertebral discs in its structure, the mystery of a region is much like an lenticular galaxy, which also resembles a biconvex lens in shape. The lenticular galaxy, like the intervertebral discs, has a central disk with a distinct thickening in the middle. It is rich in interstellar matter, serves as a place for the formation of new stars, and contains clouds of interstellar dust and gas. It boils its own life, where new stars are formed and old ones are destroyed, where there is a constant redistribution of energy, synthesis, exchange, interconnection, its own legitimate processes of matter and energy life. It is interesting that the same unexplored process takes place in the intervertebral discs as well. The energies that gave birth to the lenticular galaxy are as mysterious and unexplored as the energies that served as the primary basis for a clear scheme of development of any living organism.
Спасибо, Оксана. Действительно, когда смотришь на вещи... Thank you very much, Oksana. Indeed, when we look at things from a different angle, we can come to different conclusions, interesting conclusions, and new understanding. Let's figure out in more detail what human body is from the perspective of physics. Human body, physical body, just like any matter, is void. As it is said in the book Zoosmos by Anastasia Novych, if we actually look into the body microcosm of ours, we can see that our molecular atoms and electrons are at big distances from each other, and the further we delve into their division, the more void will be present there. Void inside a human body constitutes about 97.7%. In principle, if we remove all this void, the remainder of a human being would figuratively go through an eye of a needle. And now imagine, if we remove all the empty space from all our atoms, then all of humanity, which is almost 8 billion people nowadays, would fit into the volume of one sugar cube. Now, several questions arise. First of all, how can atoms stick together and not fall apart if there are so large distances between them? Of course, there are no sticks between them, as pictures in chemistry textbooks show. Atoms do hang in space and are held together by electrostatic forces of attraction. This is partly similar to a neocube, in which balls are held together by magnetic forces, except that the force between atoms is electric. And secondly, why don't we see gaps if we are so empty? It depends on our perception of the material world. A person who is not engaged in self-development and resides in his ordinary state of consciousness is very limited in his perception. He receives information about the world around him through his brain, which functions from birth on a certain frequency of perception. Consequently, our brain perceives information through the sense organs, through senses. And even though a human being is surrounded by a whole ocean of electromagnetic vibrations, frequencies of various characteristics and parameters, he perceives just a tiny drop of this diversity. The main information goes to him through the visual channel, the visible part of the spectrum of which is the electromagnetic waves with a length of 400 to 700 nanometers. Everything that is beyond the spectrum is what a person does not see, so his brain does not lack this reality, which arise beyond this range. The same applies to sounds, which a person hears in the range of 20 Hz to 18 kHz. In the other range of frequencies, our usual picture of the world begins to change. Some features are revealed which we usually do not see in the visible image. For example, internal organs, which we cannot see with naked eye, they begin to show up on an X-ray image, although also in the infrared image, a person is seen in a different way already. So it turns out that the reality of ours depends on interpretation by our consciousness of just a little part of information which we perceive, and everything we see is not really what it looks like to us. If a human being is void from the perspective of physics, then what is our world? Material world. Our material world, as we have seen by the example of a human body, if we remove all interatomic distances, becomes usually virtually nothing. The topic of the illusory nature of this world was explained in detail in episode 15 of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Matrix, from Illusion to Reality. And if the material world is an illusion, then what is the real world and how can we comprehend it? The speaker said earlier that the entire universe was born out of a drop of ALLATRA, out of the spiritual world. And it is only through feelings that a person can get to know the real world. When a person is spiritually developing and working on himself, he gets to know other ways of perception of reality and cognition of his true self. And I would like to end this speech with an Oriental parable. A wise man was instructing his disciples that from a source of wisdom that seemed inexhaustible, he ascribed all his knowledge to a thick folio book was kept in the most honorable place. The sage did not allow anyone to open this book. When he died, his disciples, believing themselves to be his followers, they rushed to open the book and eager to possess what is contained there, but they were greatly disappointed when the book actually had only one page with inscriptions. It said, "When you realize the difference between the vessel and its content, you will then possess true knowledge." We will dive further into the microcosm and microworld of a human being with the next speaker, Dilara. The floor.
Thank you. I suggest we dive into the microcosm and look at DNA molecules and genes. DNA is a macromolecule and a kind of blueprint for life, a complex code for hereditary traits. And here are some fun facts about DNA. Approximately 2 grams of DNA can hold all the information in the world digitally recorded. And if we unwind DNA in all the cells of our body, the strand will stretch from Earth to Pluto and back again. And today, the most studied piece of DNA is the gene. It is exactly the gene that determines the traits and properties of a living organism. For example, it is the gene that determines the color of a person's hair or eyes. And it is known that of all the genes in the human body, only 2% are so-called protein genes, which synthesize proteins. Scientists are still unable to decipher the remaining 98% of the genetic material. It is interesting to know that back at the beginning of the 20th century, in studies conducted by Soviet scientists Lubishev and Gurich, it was suggested that DNA is a substance and a field at the same time. And today, we will tell you about 3 interesting experiments with DNA. Experiment number 1 with photons. Photons are particles of light, the quantum building blocks of which everything in our world is made up. Vladimir Peponin, a quantum biology specialist of the Russian Academy of Sciences, conducted the following experiment. All air was pumped out of a glass tube, creating an artificial vacuum in it. It is traditionally believed that vacuum means empty space, but at the same time, it is known that photons still remain in vacuum. And using special sensors, scientists located the photons in the tube, and as expected, they chaotically occupied its entire space. Then, samples of human DNA were placed in the tube, and then the photons behaved in a completely unexpected way. It seemed that DNA, thanks to some invisible force, organized them into ordered structures. And there was an explanation for this phenomenon in the arsenal of classical physics. Nevertheless, the study showed that human DNA has a direct effect on the quantum basis of the material world. And when scientists removed the DNA from the tube, they found that the photons had not returned to their original chaotic arrangement. Instead, they kept exactly the order set by the DNA molecule. From this experiment, we can make the following conclusion. DNA is able to influence the world around us and the whole universe on the quantum level. And this influence is carried out through the field structure. This experience proves that DNA has an energy phantom component. We know from other experiments that the phantom part contains more information than physical DNA. And experiment number 2. In 1983, the Advances magazine published a report on research conducted in the US Army. A tissue sample with DNA was taken from a subject. The sample was placed in another room of the same building in a special chamber equipped with electrical sensors that recorded what changes occurred in the observed material in response to the feelings of the subject, or more exactly, in response to the emotions of the subject, who was several hundred meters away. And the subject was then shown a special selection of videos that evoked the strongest emotions. At the moments of the subject's emotional peaks, his DNA samples reacted with strong electromagnetic excitations. In other words, they behaved as if they were still a part of the host organism. And later, a few years later, the experiment was repeated. The distance was increased to 350 miles from the subject. So the atomic clock in Colorado was used to measure the time interval, and everything was going to happen at the same time. Regardless of the distance, the DNA samples reacted as if they were still part of the subject's body. So the conclusions the scientists drew from the experiment are as follows. Living tissues are connected by an energy field yet unknown to humans. Number 2, through this field, a human and his isolated DNA samples stay connected with each other. And conclusion number 3, this effect equally manifests itself at any distance. So this experiment proves the existence of a Septon field, which the previous speakers have already talked about today during the conference. So the Septon field is a general universal field. Also, experiment number 3, in 1991, employees of the HeartMath Institute developed a program to study the effects of the senses on the body. And so the researchers focused their attention on the place where feelings kind of arise, namely the human heart, as they believed. So one of the most striking achievements of the Institute was the discovery of an energy field concentrated around the heart and extending outside the body, which has a torus shape with a diameter of 1.5 to 2.5 meters. And knowing about the existence of this energy field, researchers from the Institute wondered whether it was possible to change the shape of DNA by generating certain feelings with its help. And the experiment was conducted between 1992 and 1995. Scientists placed a sample of human DNA in a test tube and exposed to so-called coherent senses. Glenn Rain and Roland McCarthy, who led the experiment, explained that a coherent emotional state can be induced using specially designed mental emotional self-management techniques, which involve intentionally quieting the mind, shifting one's awareness to the heart area and focusing on positive emotions. So 5 subjects specially trained in this technique participated in the experiment, and the results of the experiment undeniably prove that human feelings do change the shape of the DNA molecule in the test tube. And participants affected it with a combination of feelings of love and appreciation while holding specific intention to cause a change in the DNA, in other words. And according to scientists, different feelings affect the DNA molecule in different ways, causing it to wind or unwind. And we're used to the idea that the DNA in our bodies isn't changeable, and we think that it is quite a stable structure, right? But now we understand that such phenomena was not studied in a proper way, and such proof that consciousness can influence matter. The DNA has an energy component, that the Septon field will exist, and consciousness influences the matter. Fundamentally changes our view of reality. It is like additional puzzles to put together to picture the world and understand how it works. As we learn about the world, we also learn about ourselves. Knowledge takes away the fear of the unknown and gives clarity and understanding of the essence. And we invite you to watch a fragment of the conversation with PhD Sergei Ivanovich Sukhanos. Please, thank you.
This is how everything works in the universe. This large-scale center is not actually in a human. It is in a human's genetic code. You know, yes, in the genome. Why? Because our life, and it has long been defined, I think by biologists, is 70% or even 90% dependent on our genome. That means we are born with this program, and our personality, our characters, our features are all imprinted in these 2 fused nuclei. Therefore, it is this genetic program that actually lives, being manifested in the form of the human body. Well, imagine that you have some kind of a computer game in the form of a flash drive about 50 microns in size. You insert this flash drive into a computer, and you have a film on the display screen. This flash drive is our genome, and we are this film that is being actualized. But at the same time, it's not just a movie being presented, it's something else going on. But what's happening? This is actually a very difficult question for everyone, and on this question I have my own view, as well as on everything in this world, and therefore I will give you my interpretation. Again, from my point of view, which has not been proved in any way, but is based on some facts. Every person comes to this world in order to develop his spiritual monad, which in fact has dimensions. information capacity. These sizes are remarkably consistent with the average size of a living cell and are equal to 50 microns. And this monad is eternal, which is shown in my theory. Why is it eternal? Because it's very durable, and it contains a huge number of elements, and therefore the information capacity of our spiritual monad is greater than the information capacity of not just some computer. It is greater than the information capacity of the entire material universe.
Большая благодарность Сергею Ивановичу. Many thanks to Sergei Ivanovich. More and more scientists come to a conclusion that information is at the core of all matter. This opens up new opportunities in our studies of both the universe and a human being. Now I suggest watching an excerpt from an interview with Peter Kondratenko, professor of Theoretical and Applied Physics Department at the National Aviation University, Ukraine.
If you look in memory and consciousness section, the brain study showed that there is no thinking matter in the brain. The brain acts as a transmitter of information, and the information itself is recorded in the field structure that surrounds my body. So, it's in the field structure. So, if evolutionists claim that they have created some molecules, even if they built something similar to a cell and put all those molecules in order, but there will be no information there, they will create a corpse. Such a cell will not work. And this cell is like a human organism. It is economically viable. There is nothing useless in it. Realize that this is such a small detail, the program. It's impossible without it. But you also forget about energy. Energy and information are being brought into our universe. The same scalar field is simultaneously a carrier of energy and information. Information on creating our universe, creating matter, and creating interaction between substances. And finally, how to create life. Life is very different from mere matter. This must be understood. It's an additional program that has to be brought in. All of this I described in the book as it came to me.
Хотелось бы обратить ваше внимание на I would like to draw your attention to one interesting point which Pyotr Alexeyevich said in the interview. And it was mentioned earlier that information is actually primary. So it is basically the ordered information which its matter, sets its properties, volume, shape, mass, and many other characteristics. Pyotr Alexeyevich emphasized that a cell cannot become alive without information, no matter how accurately it was recreated by scientists in their laboratories, because it is information that sets the program for life for this cell. If a human being was only a body, he would have known, he would know already, all the subtle nuances of managing it, and would live by managing tens of thousands of very different functions and operations, which take place in his body all the time. But human body as a single organism mostly functions in an autonomous mode, which is controlled by information programs, consciousness. And what is consciousness? It is a field structure responsible for the operation of our physical bodies, and it also serves as an intermediary between personality and this three-dimensional world. So in such case, who is a human being? When looking for an answer to this question, an understanding comes that we are much more complicated than it seems at first glance. Since ancient times, people have known that a human is dual in his nature. He was born a material, and includes both a material and a spiritual component. Let's look at the energy structure of a human being. In this image, you can see the spiritual component, including soul and personality, and the material component, which includes the body and subtle material structure and the septon field of consciousness. In more details about the human energy structure and its constituent parts, you can find out from the next Kaleidoscope of Facts, which will be dedicated to a human. Today we will only outline certain subjects which will be discussed in more detail on February 13th, 2022, in the 19th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, The Mystery of a Human Mind. So what do we know about ourselves? How we perceive this world? How do we think? And what's the difference between emotions and deep inner feelings? How to become alive? What does it mean to live? We invite you to join in our searches for answers to these and many other questions. The Kaleidoscope of Facts initiated by participants from Italy, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Here I would like to remind you of the end of the parable which I told you earlier. When you realize the difference between the vessel and its contents, you will then possess true knowledge. Now let's return to a human being and his spiritual component. Here I would like to draw your attention to the fact that neither the spiritual world nor the spiritual component of a human, personality and soul, can be detected with any equipment of modern times. We will not find a reflection of the spiritual world in matter because fractality and self-similarity are specific only for the material world. With material associations and elements, we cannot accurately describe the spiritual world. In ancient times, this was known, so everything associated with the spiritual world was actually depicted as emptiness, as a void. For example, in architecture of building cities, the spiritual world was depicted as an empty ring in the center of a city. Also in the book ALLATRA by Anastasia Novak there is a photograph of the soul. This photograph was only possible to make because the soul was surrounded with material shells in the form of subpersonalities. Basically, it's a photograph of subpersonalities who are material shells around the spiritual object. These shells, actually, this is what the camera has captured. Pure soul cannot be photographed. When manifestations of the spiritual world occur in the material world, matter reacts to those manifestations in a supernatural way. And these very manifestations, the reaction of matter in direct signs, this is what we can just detect, while a person's desire to find the spiritual world in these material manifestations leads him to magic. Magic is an influence on matter by means of a person's spiritual powers. So a question arises, how do we discover and experience the spiritual world? Only through our inner work on ourselves, which consists in becoming aware of ourselves as personalities. In the sacred knowledge of nations of the world, a human being during his lifetime was viewed not just as a visible physical body, but as a complex, multidimensional spiritual object that was built around the soul. Personality in this structure was the one who, thanks to merging with the soul, could be transformed into a new spiritual being, an angel. That's the main purpose of a human being. This is what actually we have come for to this material world. Today we are talking about the universe, its complexity, and about how beautiful and harmoniously arranged it is. But for all that, without understanding the role of the spiritual world, the origin of the universe looks like some accidental event, and life of a human has no meaning at all. So why God has created the universe? Let's remind that for personality, the spiritual world is his native home. So universe is actually a school for maturing of personality. This school was created long before, in order for us, and by overcoming the illusions of this world, we consciously choose the spiritual world. And becoming an angel, he would become equal among equals and return home. We suggest watching a fragment of the video Paranormal Phenomena in Human Being with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich.
The spiritual world is precisely those angels who are capable of creating worlds. In the literal sense of the word, our world didn't appear just like that. It would seem they create worlds out of nothing. But is it really out of nothing? Once, we gave an example of a chamomile. A simple example. Imagine a chamomile in your mind. Imagine there's a chamomile flower, and now forget about it. It is just as easy and simple for the spiritual world to create our material worlds, in which there are lots of galaxies, planets, and everything else, and we are running around here. And to create conditions for us to mature, for us to choose. After all, freedom of choice was given to a human for a reason, and that very devil was created for a reason. Many people compare the devil with God as if they are equal in strength and they fight. Guys, the whole world is an illusion. It is everything that disappears instantly compared to the spiritual world, which is stable and which is eternal. Our consciousness is unable to perceive simple, elementary things. What the boundless world is, which has always been and will always be. It is stable, there are no shadows in it. This is incomprehensible for us. Our consciousness lives in the shadow, in a mass of reflections, in all these illusions, and it lives a very short period of time. Our entire material universe exists less than 1 instant. Generally speaking, it's not. By the way, where's the chamomile in your head, guys? Just in the same way, all our worlds disappear. But when you were imagining it, it existed.
Ja, was für ein Potenzial.
What potential is apparently hidden in one person? Anastasia will tell us about what happens when people unite, and what great power is revealed in this common potential in her report on the physics of unification.
Добрый вечер, друзья. Спасибо большое.
Good evening, friends. Thank you very much for the floor. Quite often we had questions from people like, why do people need to unite and what's the point of it? We were curious to know the answers to these questions, and this is what we managed to find. Today, in science, there is such a concept as collective intelligence or group intelligence. The notion originated in sociology in the mid-80s. This effect can only work in a group of different individuals who have their own life experience, degree of development of their intelligence, creativity, intuition, associative range, and more, as well as self-sufficiency, individuality, and freedom of expression. Researchers have found that such a group is able to find the correct answer with 99% accuracy and make a decision faster than an individual specialist. The proof of this is an experiment conducted in the UK. Its participants had to determine the weight of a bull by writing it on their tickets. And this study involved 800 different people, and it turned out that the arithmetic mean for the whole sample turned out to be 1,197 pounds, while the real weight of the bull was 1,198 pounds. That is 543.4 kilograms. In this case, even experts could not give a more accurate definition of the weight. Russian psychologist psychologist, neuropathologist Vladimir Mikhailovich Bekhterev and many other scientists described the synergistic effect in their works. It is observed during brainstorming when people simply come up with various ideas without any critical analysis or logical reasoning. Vladimir Mikhailovich noted that people who were considered exceptionally gifted, in his terminology, showed clear progress in a group. And this effect also works under the following conditions. These are equality of participants, absence of all criticism, encouragement and recording of all ideas as they are put forward, freedom of associations. If such a group reaches a certain quantity, then the phenomenon of self-organized criticality becomes possible. That is, one quantity turns into another quality. And all of this can be explained by the simple laws of physics. The phenomenon of self-organized criticality is observed when a dynamic system passes through a bifurcation point. Bifurcation point is a moment in time characterized by the fact that the smallest event, impact, at this point can become decisive for transformation of the system itself. One of the authors of this concept is the Danish theoretical physicist Per Bach. He gave an example of the sand pile model. If we start sprinkling kind of sand on a surface, we will observe how the grains of sand gradually fill the area, right? And over the time, these grains begin to stack on top of each other, creating a pile. This process will occur evenly. But once the pile reaches critical height and slope, even if just one grain of sand falls, the pile of sand begins to rapidly scatter in different directions. And the same thing happens when an avalanche of snow in the mountains. Or another example, if we gradually cool water down to zero, the water will still remain water. But if we exert an outside influence, such as a leaf or even a speck of dust falling on its surface, the water will instantly turn into ice. In the course of our research, we found various positive examples of successful experiments of united people. But then the question arises, why do people in today's society unite more often in a negative, destructive way? Because probably we live in a consumer society, right? And for 6,000 years our history has been a history of division, conflict, war, and violence, unfortunately. We have forgotten that we have a dual nature, that is, two principles, animal and spiritual, in us. Therefore, unification can take place both on the animal and on the spiritual basis. When people unite on the animal basis, then their intellect is averaged, and people turn into a mindless crowd, which is very easy to manipulate and manage. But when people unite on the spiritual basis, doing good, creative work, then each person in such a group remains individual and free, equal among equals. Their intellect increases significantly because the person retains their individual connection with the soul through their attention and deep inner feelings. In the history of humankind, there are many examples of united people on the spiritual basis. For example, the way of life of people in the ancient settlements of Tripoli, Arakim, Çatalhöyük, Göbekli Tepe, Mohenjo-daro, and many others. Scientists find a huge number of facts and evidence that all the ancients lived according to the principles of creative society. It can be assumed that they not only knew about the power of physics of unification, but also successfully applied its effect on themselves. Many artifacts with creative signs and symbols tell us about it. The question then arises again, why should we unite? The reason is not only the instability of the climate or the format of the current society, but also the fact that we have the need to do good, to create. So, the answer is simple. We are human beings, and each of us would like to live in a better world. We, as a society, are at exactly the point of bifurcation, the instability of the system. Changes will occur. It is inevitable, as in the case with sand pile. But which direction will it follow? Creation or destruction? This depends on our choices, friends. And even Tsiolkovsky said, people who will learn to unite will enter the golden age. Unification also has its own law. Two auras amplify each other by 7 times. If people are like-minded, the wave is the same, directed towards one goal. 3 people, 7 squared, that is by 49 times. If there are 4 people, they amplify each other by a factor of 7 to the 3rd power, that is by 343 times. So the more people, the more valuable each next one is. As this person multiplies the power many times over, group is a great power. And let us watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Everyone's consciousness is a part of the whole. Sort of an egregore of consciousness is formed. No matter what we call it, it is strong, it is smart, it can forecast something, and so on. But each of us also has a personality. If we compare, let's call it simply, the egregore of consciousness and the egregore of personality, meaning what personality originates from. And if we unite at the level of personality, at the level of free people, really spiritually free people, then these field structures, let's simply call them so for understanding, the egregore of consciousness and the egregore of personality, it's impossible to compare them. Why? Because the egregore of personality will be infinite and eternal. As for the egregore of consciousness, we won't even find it in this infinity. It is nearly nothing. So, if we, as humanity as a whole, unite precisely on spiritual aspects, guys, I'm not saying on religious aspects, I'm saying on spiritual ones, and the difference is huge. No offense to religions. It's true. Then our capabilities will be boundless. Really boundless. Why? Because spiritual aspects are all human values. That's what all the prophets who came here spoke about.
So, what does unification give us? The prospect of developing to the level of civilization. As of today, we as humanity have not even reached the first level of civilization. To get to the first level, it's important to fulfill 3 conditions. First, the unification of people. Second, the absence of power. And third, the presence of free energy. In today's format of society, the discovery of free energy will do even more harm than good to humanity. Let's listen to what cosmologist Sukhanas Sergei Ivanovich says about that.
From my point of view, which is again totally unprofessional and poorly reasoned, it is rather intuition than knowledge. Ether exists, and there is much more energy in it than anywhere else. In fact, there is no energy at all, except ether energy by and large. All energy, atomic energy, chemical energy, is actually the energy of ether. It's just canned energy that we open up and extract that energy from there. We just haven't learned how to use the energy of ether. It's spilled all over space, and there's as much of it as much as we need. But there is a peculiarity here. If atomic energy had been discovered at a time when there was the 100 Years' War in Europe, let's say some kings, an English king and a French king, discovered it and got atomic bombs. What would they do with that atomic energy? Without thinking twice, they would have started throwing these bombs at one another, and humanity would have stopped its development. I guess you see that, right? So the higher powers will not give us energy for no reason. They will not give us access to it. Why? because our society, the social system, is so imperfect that we cannot even cope with nuclear power. The meltdown in Japan or in Chernobyl, the consequences are terrible. And now we are talking about having etheric energy. If we're given etheric energy with our imperfect system, stupidity, conflicts, we can just wipe each other off the face of the earth. In order to dive into understanding of this energy, we have to be very well prepared. From my point of view, to answer your question, I can say that there is a great amount of energy in the universe. There are no limitations, and that there cannot be any energy crisis as such. The only question is, who can be given this energy? We won't give children a car or leave a grenade in their hands. We are just like children to the higher powers. They just won't give it to us until we mature and understand how to handle it. Each civilization, from my point of view, is just another space civilization that is developing on planet Earth like a chicken develops in an egg. We have not even formed as a chicken yet. But when we are born, we will finally see our parents, and then we'll come into contact with them and begin our cosmic existence. In the meantime, we are only starting to comprehend this process. From my point of view, human lives on planet Earth, humanity, as some kind of transient. We are like Crossopterigi. What are we here for? To mature into a harmonious whole and go beyond the planet, as Tsiolkovsky said. The most complex variant, I am a supporter of the most complex variant, is the creation of a single organism of the social system. In this sense, the organism of the social system is an analog to a human body. That is, humanity will be a very complex system, which will have 10 to 12 subsystems, like our functional systems. We have 12 functional subsystems: respiratory, circulatory, nervous, lymphatic, etc. Each system has its own role, but it serves the whole body. Take away any of these systems from our body and the body dies. Replace the lymphatic system with the nervous system and the body dies. So this unity in diversity is when each specific culture works for all of humanity, for the entire planet. Russian culture works for the whole planet. Latin American culture works for the whole planet. Chinese culture works for the whole planet as well. Say Western European culture works for the whole planet, preserving its originality, specificity, and uniqueness at that. It is possible to create such a system. Our body is a vivid example of such a possibility.
And there are civilizations on other planets that were able to unite and reach higher levels of development. It's no secret that our planet is visited by unidentified flying objects, and there is a lot of evidence of this since ancient times. Interesting research, like broadcasts on ALLATRA TV, were devoted to this topic, such as Kaleidoscope of Facts called The Truth About the Anunnaki and Paleocontact Alien Civilizations, Uncovering Secrets. Exploring this topic further, we noticed that the ancient sources, petroglyphs, Sumerian Mesopotamian tablets, as well as information from scientists in the middle of the 17th century, said about the fact that our planet Earth has a twin on the other side of the Sun. On January 25th, 1672, a famous astronomer, the first director of the Paris Observatory, the famous Giovanni Domenico Cassini, observed an unknown sickle-shaped body near Venus, which had a shadow directly indicating that the body was a large planet, not a star. Venus was also sickle-shaped at the time. Therefore, in the beginning, Cassini assumed that he discovered its satellite. The size of the body was very large. He estimated it at a quarter of the diameter of Venus. 14 years later, on August 18, 1686, he saw this planet again, and he left an entry about it in his diary. In 1740s, this object was also observed by the English astronomer and optometrist James Short. In 1759, the same object was observed by the German astronomer and observer John Tobias Mayer, a man known in the scientific world for the seriousness of his judgments. It was him who owned the very accurate lunar tables for determining longitudes at sea. In 1761, the object was observed by Montaigne. In 1746, by Rotker. After that, the object wasn't observed. Now we know that Venus has no satellites. So what was that? Modern researchers are also interested in this question. Let's look at the discoveries of our contemporary Butусов Kirill Pavlovich. Kirill Pavlovich Butусov, physicist, astronomer, PhD in physics and mathematics. He developed the theory of cyclic solar activity in 1958, discovered a number of structural regularities in the formation of the solar system. In 1985, he predicted a number of undiscovered satellites of Uranus, which were later confirmed. He discovered the phenomenon of the golden ratio in the distribution of the parameters of bodies in the solar system. Here is what he's saying. It is an amazing harmony that is literally in everything. The cosmos appears to us as a multidimensional formation in which the world visible to a human is only an echo of a grand symphony, and absolutely everything is interconnected in it. A number of discoveries and hypotheses allow him to be ranked among the luminaries of Russian science. The scientist developed the wave cosmogony of the solar system, which explains the mysteries of the birth of the planets and the features of their orbits. In 1987, he defined his PhD thesis on this work. One of the most curious conclusions from Butусov's theory is the hypothesis of the existence of the anti-Earth. The revealed patterns suggest that there must be another unknown planet in the Earth's orbit. But if the Earth has a twin brother, then why can't we see it through the Any telescope? Butусov is convinced that the unknown planet, which he called Gloria, by the way, is hidden from us by the disk of the Sun. There is a point in the Earth's orbit right behind the Sun called the libration point, explained the astronomer. This is the only place where Gloria can be. Since the planet rotates at the same speed as the Earth, it is almost always hidden behind the Sun. And it is impossible to see it, even from the moon. To capture it, you have to fly 15 times further away. But there is an interesting point there. The libration point is considered to be very unstable. Even a small impact can move the planet to the side. Maybe that's why Gloria sometimes becomes visible, and this is just what scientists observed in the 17th, 18th century. The priests of ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt have a reference to such a planet. According to their beliefs, this planet is a twin of the Earth, and it is inhabited by angels. The ancient Greek philosopher Philolaus also claimed that the Earth has a pair. This planet must be at the opposite point of the orbit, hiding the Sun's corona. Therefore, it is almost impossible to see it. The Sumerian clay tablets indicate that there are 10 planets in the solar system. The 10th planet is Nibiru, and it has a very elongated orbit. The records also suggest that Nibiru was inhabited by humanoid beings who descended to Earth. In 2016, astronomers from the California Institute of Technology, Michael Brown and Konstantin Batygin, made a discovery. There is indeed another planet in the solar system that has been given the name Planet 9. They discovered it by studying the equiperistoric asteroid belt, which revolves around the solar system. The most distant asteroids in this belt rotate in a very strange orbit. As soon as these asteroids began to be discovered, astronomers wondered why they had such unusual orbits. Mathematically, they calculated that they could only rotate in this strange way if the gravitational force of another planet was acting on them. The more information became available, the more they refined the parameters of this planet. Now you will see a picture. You can see here the yellow ellipse. It is exactly the orbit of planet 9. It orbits all the known planets of the solar system, and it has a very long year. 1 year on this planet lasts, according to calculations, from 10,000 to 20,000 years. Its mass is 10 times bigger than mass of the Earth. They have calculated this planet theoretically and are now going to study a large area of the sky in order to photograph it. At this point, it is only theoretical, but it suggests that this planet does exist. Why did scientists call it Planet 9? There are 8 known planets in the solar system: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Pluto has been considered a planet until 2006. Since 2006, scientists have defined it as a dwarf planet. That's why discoveries before 2006 tell us about the 10th planet, but in modern descriptions it's the 9th. And now we will present you a fragment from the program The Shield with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about this planet.
I would probably like to begin with a question that came to us by mail regarding the name of one very mysterious and enigmatic planet. People are asking how to pronounce the name of this planet correctly, Nubiru or Nibiru.
Neither way. In fact, you have to understand what Nubira or Nibira is. It is written differently, and where it came from. As a matter of fact, this planet is called quite differently. And if we translate correctly what Nubira is, or more correctly, Nubira Tians, there is such an expression, right? Nubira is translated as from behind the sun. Nubi and Ra. It's when the sun was also called Ra in those times. Again, why? Because the sun was compared to God Ra. Well, life-giving and the like. Therefore, from behind the sun, from behind God Ra.
This means...
The ones who came here, yes. So that was exactly Nubiratians.
Is this in the physical sense or in the spiritual sense?
No, this is literal. This is in direct material sense. So for them, we are also Nubiratians.
In other words, those who are on the other side of the sun.
Right, and as for the correct name of this planet, we can surely ask the Anunnaki. But what's the difference?
We've touched upon, let's say, a cosmological topic a little bit. I recall that once you told about the African tribe of the Dogon. They are known today because even with all their primitive lifestyle, by the standards of modern civilization, they still preserve knowledge of astronomy and cosmology, in particular about the star Sirius, the brightest star of the constellation of Canis Major, the Great Dog. Indeed, we have found a lot of evidence in their legends that in time immemorial, aliens from the Sirius star system came to Earth on a spaceship.
And not only about that, but they also revere God's representative who came to them from this constellation,
No more.
whom they also worship. They dress in costumes and have similar celebrations.
Right, the Sigi festival, which is celebrated once in 60 years and is associated with a certain 50-year period of the star Sirius. It's also interesting that Sirius is located in the constellation of the Great Dog. What's interesting is how they explain why this name of the Great Dog originated. Ancient Sumerians called the Sirius constellation the Dog of the Sun, and already much later Greeks and Romans started calling it simply Dog.
They started calling it the Dog constellation.
Right, it was already a distorted name.
Exactly because God had come.
An alien from Sirius, right?
Who was teaching and instructing them, giving them knowledge, including cosmological, spiritual, and practical knowledge in this world. And according to their legends, he was called Ker. By one legend it was dog, by another one it was Ker. Well, that's how it got distorted. While another thing is interesting here, the play on words. Yet what was that man called in actual fact? Sabah. Meaning this relates to something completely different, and a dog has nothing to do with this. So they confuse Sabah with a dog, Sabaka, in Slavic languages, and later on it was also called a cur. And if we look into ancient texts, well, of the times of Sanskrit, then exactly Sabah, Sabaka, dog, it got twisted.
So, precisely Ba is the same as the soul.
Of course.
Ah are external shells.
Right.
Sah means spirit, will, highest enlightenment, meaning an enlightened soul came into this world. This referred to spiritual notions.
Well, this is described in the books.
Yes, in the books by Anastasia Novych.
Who they were and why.
It just turns out to be such a seemingly little, insignificant by the system's standards,
well, surely.
Such a little substitution, but it totally distorts the spiritual meaning of what was initially inherent.
Well, there is not actually spiritual, but rather practical meaning there. The spiritual is secondary there. It was specific knowledge which was conveyed, including knowledge of the world structure, well, such a purely materialistic understanding. Yet that knowledge was accurate. At least this eliminates the question whether there was a paleo contact or not, meaning whether people met with aliens or not. Of course they met.
After the show program being published and the coverage of this topic on ALLATRA TV channel, viewer had a lot of questions and interest in further research. Let's hear what the planet behind the sign is actually called. Gloria, Nubira, or does it have another name?
So, in one of the programs you said that the Anunnaki come from the planet Nibiru or Nubiru, which means...
I'll say it again, everywhere is written as Nibiru, and many pronounce Nibiru. There was no such expression or such a phrase as Nibi. It was Nubi, from that side.
Nubira.
Yes, and Ra was precisely the concept of the sun, well, one God and the sun.
And at that time you said that it is precisely translated as from behind the sun, right? But you also said that it is not the real name of the planet. And the question is the following: what is the real name of this planet?
Shall we tell them? Well, tell them. Come on, it is not a secret.
Vamphim.
As we can see, the planet Vamphim does exist, and it is extremely important for us Earthlings, because the information about its existence And the advanced alien civilization was passed to us by our ancestors, and it has been preserved for centuries. The cuneiform tablets on the Sumerian civilization speak of the Anunnaki, people from heaven, and is translated from Sumerian as sky. We also know about the Anunnaki from the programs with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, as well as from the channel Alien Soul 28 on TikTok, where the representative of this civilization answers subscribers' questions, reveals information about the universe, about the future of our planet, and the upcoming events that we have to go through due to the fact that we are now entering the phase of global cataclysms connected to the cyclical nature of astronomical processes. And we also know that the Anunnaki are from the planet Vamphim. Here, dear viewers, we are coming to the answer to the question, why is the planet Vamphim and the Anunnaki civilization so important for us? The Anunnaki are in the sixth level of civilization development. They are a civilization of spiritually free supreme beings, and their task is to keep the ship, called the universe, moving in a strictly specified direction. In other words, they watch over order, but they do not interfere in our lives. You can learn more about this from the program Creative Society, The Prospect of Civilization, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. We Earthlings are yet to become a civilization. But we can do this by building the Creative Society. After all, only the path of unification and evolution ensures our safety and the ability to pass the climatic disasters that are coming. Well, speakers will talk about it further on. Thank you.
Indeed, in a situation of rapidly escalating climatic catastrophes, the only way out is to bring all people together and build a creative society. After all, what's happening on our planet right now is a consequence of global cyclical processes that we can deal with by uniting the world's scientific potential.
Hallo Freunde, lasst uns nun als nächstes anschauen, wie zyklische Prozesse
hello friends.
alle Planeten im Sonnensystem
Next, we
beeinflussen.
will see how sun influences the planets in our solar system. The next speaker will tell us about it.
Good evening. The Sun provides energy to all the planets in our solar system. Without it, there would be no life on Earth. But at the same time, the Sun is the source of a lot of radiation that is in large quantities harmful to life on Earth. Cycles are natural to everything in the nature, and even the Sun goes through its cycles, and these cycles have impact on the Earth. The basic cycle of Sun is the 11-year cycle. After 11 years, the magnetic field of the Sun swaps the north and the south pole, magnetic pole. During this cycle, the Sun alternates between periods of low activity and periods of high activity, manifested by the large number of sunspots and solar flares, which are explosions, observed on the surface of the Sun. On the screen, you can now see Sun in the periods of low and high activity. The Sun also goes through longer cycles. You can now see a graph of a number of sunspots in the last 500 years. The 11-year cycle is clearly visible in the graph, but we can also see longer periods of low solar activity. For example, Maunder's solar minimum from 1645 to 1715, and others. Such longer solar minima have, according to some scientists, had an effect on the Earth's climate and led, along with volcanic activity, to colder periods on Earth, cold winters, and crop failures. What is behind these long periods of low solar activity? In her work, Professor Valentina Zharkova studied the Sun's activity and found that the Sun's magnetic field is determined by two cycles that overlap each other, leading to differences in the height of the peaks of 11-year cycle and longer periods of low solar activity. Now, in the upper part of the graph, we can see two overlapping cycles in the magnetic field of the Sun, and in the lower part of the graph, the resulting total magnetic field. As we can see, in the lower right part of the graph, the theory predicts that we are now at the beginning of the next great solar minimum, which will take place in 2020 to 2053. The solar minimum is likely to cause not only a significant weakening of the solar magnetic field and thus significant increase in cosmic rays reaching the Earth. These cosmic rays then cause clouds to form in the high atmosphere, reflecting solar radiation. Overall, Zharkova predicts a cooling of the Earth by up to 1 degree Celsius. What is interesting is that not only does the Sun influence the planets with its cycles, but the planets also influence the Sun. The gravitational pull of the planets pushes the Sun around the center of gravity of the solar system. Researcher Ivanka Charvátová from the Czech Institute of Geophysics studied this motion and found that the motion of the Sun repeats with a period of about 180 years. When the planets Jupiter and Saturn get to the same relative position with the Sun, and this motion then determines activity of the Sun. The movement of the Sun during solar maxima can be seen at the top of the screen, and the movement of the Sun during solar minima can be seen at the bottom of the screen. If the solar motion around the center of gravity is regular and forms a trefoil pattern, the solar activity is higher. If the solar motion is chaotic, the solar activity is low. According to Charvátová's work, we are now entering a period of chaotic solar motion and therefore low solar activity. According to the work of geophysicist Pavel Kalenda, the planets Mercury, Venus, and Earth cause on the Sun similar phenomena to the tides known from the Earth, which also affects the activity of the Sun. Overall, the influence of the planets seems to affect the nuclear processes within the Sun, creating its long cycles of activity that in turn affect climate of the planets. Everything here is interconnected. The activity of the Sun is also related to other phenomena on Earth. Geophysicist Alexei Yurevich Reteyum established that Earth rotation speeds up during periods of low solar activity, and geophysicist Jaroslav Střeštík in his work found the following relation between volcanic and solar activity. In the figure, the solid line shows the intensity of volcanic activity as measured by the acidity of ice deposited in Greenland glaciers. And the dashed line shows solar activity measured by the number of sunspots. As you can see in the figure, over the last 500 years, volcanic activity has been higher during periods of low solar activity, and conversely, volcanic activity has been lower during periods of high solar activity. Because volcanic activity ejects large amounts of dust high into the atmosphere, it exacerbates the cooling during periods of low solar activity. The Sun emits not only electromagnetic radiation, which means light, but also a stream of charged particles, protons, electrons, and alpha particles. This stream of particles is called the solar wind. The particles fly out of the Sun at high speed, about 450 kilometers per second, which is 1.5% of the speed of light. As you can now see on the screen, these particles are deflected by the Earth's magnetic field to the poles, where they collide with molecules of the atmosphere and create phenomena like aurora borealis. On the screen, you will see a photo aurora from the orbit. the Earth's atmosphere. Without it, the solar wind would gradually blow lighter gases, especially hydrogen and oxygen, out of the atmosphere, and the Earth would start to look more like Mars. The Earth's magnetic field is not stable on longer timescales. In recent decades, for example, we can observe noticeable weakening, and this is usually due to changes in the Earth's core, which cause the magnetic field to change polarity. The North Pole switches position with the South Pole, or a so-called magnetic excursion, where the magnetic poles rapidly change position for a time. According to research, the weakening of the magnetic field to about 10% of its current value would lead to a 3 to 5-fold increase in the amount of ultraviolet radiation reaching the Earth's surface due to the loss of ozone from the high atmosphere. This radiation can cause harmful mutations in living organisms and lead to extinction of species. According to the scientists' research, major weakening of the Earth's magnetic field coincided with the extinction of large mammal species, and during the weakening about 40,000 years ago, Neanderthals, among others, became extinct. There are often major or minor flares on the Sun. The screen now shows a sped-up shot of one such flare from 2011. These flares can eject large amounts of plasma from the Sun, and if this plasma hits the Earth, it can have significant impact, as you will see in the following video. On the screen we can see Earth's magnetic field as the solar wind flows by it under normal conditions. And now we will see the magnetic field is distorted when hit by plasma from a solar flare. But we can also see that in the vicinity of the Earth, the magnetic field hasn't changed much. Finally, we can see the magnetic field as distorted by a strong solar flare as the one in 1859. We can see that the plasma reaches the atmosphere all over the hemisphere. As we have seen, the plasma hitting the Earth is strongly altering the Earth's magnetic field. These changes then lead to induction of electric currents, particularly in long-distance power lines. Thus, a solar flare in 2003 damaged or destroyed several satellites in orbit and led to a temporary disabling of high-voltage power lines in Sweden. The plasma that hit the Earth in 1859 caused, among other things, auroras across the Earth and the ignition of several telegraph systems in Europe and America. Ben Davidson, in his book Weatherman's Guide to the Sun, presents a theory that approximately once every 12,000 years there is an extremely powerful solar flare. These outbursts, according to the theory, are caused by the passage of the solar system through a region of galaxy in which there is an increased density of dust and gas formed by a galactic magnetic field. The powerful solar flare then has catastrophic consequences for the Earth. And now I am handing over a word to Lubomir Potenec, who will tell us more about the impact of solar flares on climate, humans, and our infrastructure.
Děkuji Janovi za slovo a thank you, Jan, for giving me the floor. And let's find out together how humans, planet Earth, and cosmic and ultraviolet radiation are related, and what catastrophic consequences might follow. It may not seem like it, but solar storms and radiation also affect our body processes, our DNA, iron metabolism, and our brain and consciousness. But let's move on to the commonly known facts. In 1959, a huge solar storm called the Carrington event set the telegraph wires on fire. In 1921, a solar flare disrupted the railroad services in the New York City. In 1989, a solar flare knocked out the power grid in the Canadian province of Quebec. In the 1960s, a solar flare reduced radar capability around the Arctic, which is the US military at the time accessed as a signal jammer by the Russians, and then fighter jets were ready to attack. In 2003, there was a power grid failure in Sweden and Norway, and in 2012, the Sky Terra satellite was knocked out during a solar storm. And the last fact that from June to November 2015, there were electrical anomalies, blackouts and transformer fires due to the solar storms in Sweden, New Zealand, San Francisco, known as the BART electrical anomaly. Also, there were examples of connection with hurricanes. In 2005, for example, Hurricane Katrina, Rita and Wilma demonstrated a connection to space modulation of the atmosphere. But what happened next? If we look into the space weather archives, we find that the immersion in the solar minimum in early 2005 was suddenly interrupted by solar flares in August and geomagnetic activity during the formation and intensification of the terrible hurricane. Can you please show the first picture, please? Thanks. These images were taken by the Soha satellite on August 22nd, 2005, the day before Katrina formed, during what should have been a period of quite solar activity. There were a strong arc-shaped solar flare, shown on the left. From August 26th to the August 29th, 2015, a flurry of solar flares ionized Earth's atmosphere and produced 3 Category 3 hurricanes in Pacific: Kilo, Ignacio, Jimena, and 1 Category 4 hurricane. Next picture, please. In late October 2015, a powerful geomagnetic storm called Hurricane Patricia formed on Earth, with wind speeds reaching 346 km per hour, which was also a new world record.
Na konci října 2015 se silná geomagnetická bouře formovala.
On February 18, 2016, there was another solar flare, magnetic explosion on the Sun, caused by a plasma filament eruption, and Cyclone Winston became the strongest cyclone to reach land in history, with the heliographic latitude of the eruption coinciding with the latitude of Cyclone Winston.
Cyklon Winston se stal nejsilnějším cyklonem, který v historii dosáhl pevniny, přičemž heliografická šířka erupce byla
September 3rd to 13th, 2017 saw the largest solar flares in 12 years, a multi-day flurry of solar flares and a geomagnetic storm, with a peak at KPA that formed Hurricane Maria 3 days later. In early July 2018, when Hurricane Beryl and Typhoon Maria of Category 4 were raging, there was an unexpected flurry of sunspots and small solar flares. Also at this time, tropical storm Chris formed in cooler waters off of the North Carolina coast. Solar cycling and galactic radiation have already been mentioned here, and we will watch a video about it. But for example, the facts I cited in Ben Davidson's book, The Weatherman's Guide to the Sun, which came out in 2020. But let's look again at the connection of cosmic rays to humans and their lives. The solar wind that passes through the solar system is essentially an electrical charge field of charged particles, plasma. These particles travel at speeds between 230 to 440 kilometers per second during normal calm periods. And during major events, such as flares, the speed reached 960 km per second, compared, for example, to the initial speed of machine gun bullet, which is only 705 meters per second. In a healthy body of a person, fluctuations in heart rate and pulse intervals correlate with space weather. Healthy people also show significant but often different responses to variability in capillary blood rate and blood pressure in relation to space weather. When geomagnetic activity is very low and cosmic ray flux is higher, the incidence of acute heart attack and stroke increases. It has been shown that geomagnetic fluctuation caused by high solar activity affect the frequency of acute heart attacks on a weekly scale. On the days of highest geomagnetic activity, there is an increase in the total number of heart attacks, strokes, and sudden cardiac deaths of all kinds. And on the days of lowest geomagnetic activity, there is also a spike in the total number of sudden cardiac deaths. In patients with diabetes or other metabolic disorders, high geomagnetic activity creates an increased risk of developing acute coronary syndrome. Geomagnetic storms have been shown to significantly increase blood pressure, resulting in adverse cardiac events. On days of zero-level magnetic activity, the number of all sorts of medical emergencies increases. Autonomic nervous system rhythms have been shown to synchronize with geomagnetic activity. Both high and low values of KP index are associated with migraines, digestive problems, visual disturbances, decreased melatonin levels, slower reaction times, mood swings, and changes in state of consciousness. Exposure to extremely low frequencies during geomagnetic storms has been shown to cause DNA damage, inflammation, impaired cell production, decreased immune function, slower wound healing, and to affect behavior and psyche. In conclusion, I'd like to say that today we talked about the effects of cosmic rays on humans, about cyclicity, meaning recurrent phenomena not only on Earth, but also in the entire galaxy. For example, the following video with cosmophysicist, astrophysicist Dr. Elena Podlachikova talks about the 11-year cycle of solar activity, and then the video Elena also talks about longer solar cycles, which are about 6,000 years and 12,000 years, and she also explains the impact of galactic radiation at its minimum, maximum and minimum. Let's watch the video.
I realized that the radiation, the one you're talking about, does not come from the galaxy. It kind of affects many galaxies. Well, we know now many types of radiation here. It can come from anywhere. For example, there is maser emission. Maser is the same as laser. It is coherent radiation of particles. So these particles like emit photons at the same wavelength. As for a laser, we have seen laser wars. It happens the same way. It can come from any molecular cluster. But the center of the universe, the way we imagine it, has completely different properties. There are very powerful processes, many processes, coherent ones as well. That is an entire range of radiation, both X-ray and gamma radiation is possible there. And the point is that we cannot trace the rotation of the galaxy around the center. Now, that is very interesting to trace. And here we probably don't know exactly about the periodicity, because the 220 million of years are only the galaxy's own rotation, but there is also the rotation of the galaxy around the center of the universe. What we do know for sure is that there is galactic radiation now, which is called galactic particles. They are closely related to the cyclical nature of solar activity, which we are studying. We've been studying solar activity, let's say, directly for 200 years now. How do we study it? We look at the sun in white lights and we see the spots on it. And these spots appear on the sun with a certain periodicity. So, measuring the spots, we found an 11-year cycle of solar activity. According to the number of spots, the primary cycle continues 11 years. Now, the property of harmonic oscillations. In general, the property of cyclicity is that there is always a greater period, which is a factor of 2, 4, 8, and so on. It might go up to some very large figure. And what we know so far is that we know of the solar cycle of 6,000 years and 12,000 years. Solar physicists say that a long solar minimum period is happening now. Perhaps you have heard before. In the literature, in magazines, they sometimes refer to it as a Maunder minimum, Dalton minimum. There is the minimum of the near history every 200 years. It lasts for about 30 years. These are the minimums that we manage to trace in our history directly, that we are witnesses of. But I hate to upset you, but strange things happening during these minimums. These were plagues, diseases, epidemics. For example, there was a famine in Ireland during such a period. Revolutions, changes in ecology, changes in the bacterial level on Earth. Because something changes a little, very long time length changes, the temperature changes a little. Well, this is enough for our climate to become unstable. It is precisely known for certain that this minimum is expected to last till 2045. It's a very big one. We haven't been used to this, at least over the past 200 years. During the maximum of the solar activity, the galactic radiation and its particles reaches us less, because the field of the solar system shields us from them. How is galactic radiation more dangerous compared to the solar radiation? Well, our star is kind of average. I mean, people have good conditions living near it. It is still a middle-aged star. In the beginning, our sun was spinning very quickly, very quickly. The period of rotation around its own axis was just 5 days, and now it's about 30. So during 5 days, the heat and radiation were so immense that there was life, organic life, only somewhere in the water. As soon as it crawled out onto land, the sun would immediately burn it, and there was no life again. So we are glad that our sun is average, middle-aged, and has periodicity. I mean, we are able to live as biological beings, we can exist. Now, galactic radiation, as we believe, mainly comes from other stars, much more powerful ones, having much more powerful particles. And there are even cases, one can give such example, like a car engine. If those particles reach the Earth, it's like a car accident. When someone is driving a car, there were even such examples. But during the minimum, as we have now, this radiation it's not shielded. Another minimum of 11 years period lasts for a year and a half at most. But the one we have now has already lasted for more than 10 years, and the galactic radiation is very strong. For instance, we know that this galactic radiation forms clouds at least, because clouds do form. So the greenhouse effect also occurs. In fact, we know very little about time and space, and we are constantly amazed by new discoveries. Now they find radiation from the black hole, which is in the center of our galaxy. Now they find other black holes that are present in our galaxy. I would not be surprised if, say, I don't know, even in a week, we will get a completely different view of the world. Once in the 17th century, for example, Galileo ventured to look at the sun through a telescope and said, "Look, the Earth, as it turns out, revolves around the sun."
Vielen Dank an Elena Polachikova für ihren Beitrag zur Entwicklung der Wissenschaft.
Many thanks to Yelena Podlachikova for her contribution to the development of science and her active social position as a human. Yelena is an example of those scientists who act in the interests of all society, openly voicing the truth about what is happening now on the planet and what are the real causes of what is happening. On December 4th, 2021, a sensational event, the World Conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, took place. This conference was organized by participants of the Creative Society project from 180 countries of the world. The live broadcast lasted 12 hours and was translated into 100 languages. Today it is imperative that everyone on the planet learns that our planet is dying, and we as a society must mobilize and unite to find a solution to defeat our common enemy, climate. Let's watch a video clip from the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth.
The cycle of terrible cataclysms, which the Earth now has to go through, occurs on the planet every 12,000 years, and it has been described by various researchers in many scientific works and books. The Earth's core creates a magnetic field. The Earth's magnetic poles are movable. Their sudden shift is called geomagnetic excursion. And note in which time intervals such excursions took place over the last 120,000 years. The interval between them is approximately 12 to 13,000 years. It is shocking that at the same time, there were sharp rises in world sea level, glaciation, and the strongest volcanic eruptions. Each time during such excursions, the magnetic field of the Earth became 8 to 10 times weaker, and this led to an increase in the flux of cosmic radiation. Modern science cannot explain why geomagnetic excursions coincide with dramatic climate change and glaciations. At the end of 20th century, Hartmut Heinrich did a great study. He collected data on the bottom sediment of seas, lakes, and rivers. And using them, he reconstructed all the dramatic temperature changes over the past 100,000 years. These changes were called Heinrich events. Each such cycle corresponds to a short period of glaciation, preceded by a sharp warming of the planet by 8 to 10 degrees Celsius. Dating the Heinrich events, Sidney Hemming in 2004 published her version of the periodicity of the abrupt temperature changes, where the events of the 12,000-year cycle clearly stand out. Geologists have also studied organic material from sediments over the past 75,000 years, which indicate the periodicity of the melting of massive glaciers. Douglas Vogt, geologist, has analyzed the carbon-14 dating of sediments and listed the works supporting this glaciation in his book. The data obtained irrefutably prove that glacial periods have cyclicity of about 12,000 years.
Am 4.12. sprachen
On December 4th, scientists were the truth about global climate change and presented to the world public scientific facts and proof of cyclical nature and the consequent disasters that are already taking place before our eyes. In order to find a solution in a short time, we, as humanity, must understand what is the main and fundamental cause of what is happening on our planet. And it was told at the conference, the cause of climate change on the Earth and cataclysms which are now growing on the planet are mainly derived from astronomical processes with a cycle of 12,000 years and 24,000 years. These cycles the cycle is created by the interaction of galaxies and goes beyond the solar system. For this reason, changes are now occurring not only on Earth, but also in the solar system and even with neighboring stars in our arms of the galaxy. In the works of such researchers as Bushov, Bubnenkov, Kopylov, Petrov, you can read various hypotheses explaining the mechanisms of the 12,000-year cycle. Our contemporaries Douglas Vogt, Ben Davidson, now actively develop and confirm with geological and astronomical data the cycle of cataclysms in 12,000 years. Douglas Vogt, a member of the US Geological Society, in his books and lectures gives solid facts: excursion of the magnetic poles, sharp temperature changes of 10 to 50 degrees, a sharp increase in the strongest volcanic activity around the globe, floods, melting of glaciers, and the consequence of rising ocean levels by 20-50 meters, weakening of the magnetic field, and increases in the magnitude of earthquakes and their frequency. The most terrible is not only that appearance of a planet is changing cardinally for a relatively short period of time, but also that approximately every 12,000 years a mass extinction of species occurs, including human populations, such as Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon men. To learn about scientist research and what happens to our planet in the end of 12,000-year cycle, see the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. So what is the primary trigger for the 12,000-year cycle? To answer this question, it is important to consider our planet not as an isolated object in the universe, but as a part of a solar system located in the Orion Arm, Milky Way galaxy, and so on. Our planet is influenced by high energy force, which is compared to the radiation caused by the gravitational interaction of galaxies. This radiation or energy is not currently recorded by our instruments, by our tools, but we can clearly see from the geological evidence and modern observations of other planets in the solar system that there is a very high energy interaction, as it affects the cores of planets, of all planets, which have a core and molten layers within. The radiation affects the core of our planet, becomes unbalanced, and this unbalance spreads to all of the envelopes of the planet. As a consequence, we are seeing dramatic climate change, increasing catastrophes, and dramatic shift in the magnetic poles and weakening of the magnetic field itself, which threatens the extinction of human population. We now see that about changes on our planet. We are approaching not only a 12,000-year cycle, but a 24,000-year cycle, when our planet is exposed to more radiation from the cosmos. Let's watch the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and about how the cosmic radiation affects our galaxies and our planet.
Igor Mikhailovich, by what means can humanity withstand this impact?
And it's the most important question. Why do we need the entire human potential? Why cannot someone do it on their own? Because first of all, we don't have this knowledge. We don't have this kind of energy. We have to understand that the power of impact affecting our planet is enormous. So all the energy that we have on Earth, that is available to us, is not enough to counteract the power of impact that is taking place. There is a small nuance here too. I'll just explain for understanding. Let's not delve too much into this, it would take a lot of time. I understand that people might be curious, but the impact is taking place not at the macro, but at the micro level. In other words, it's not a direct impact of macro objects in outer space on macro objects. It's an interaction at the micro level between particles. It is an enormous energy. Again, I understand that the question will arise. But how is that? The interaction between large objects is a huge energy, but between particles it is weak.
Well, yes.
You see, our science is in such a state nowadays that we cannot answer many questions yet. That is why we need the combined potential to answer it. The interaction between particles, those that make up our entire universe, takes place at the energy level. It's an exchange of information as well as interconnections. That's where gravitation and many other things emerge, so these interactions are very strong. Look at what is happening to the planet. After all, destabilization comes from within the planet, while everything else is a consequence that we see. Now some people will say, what about other planets, my friends? On other planets too. We see what is happening now in the solar system, on other planets, those very landslides on Mars and many other things. There is activity too and everything else. This means it's all about cyclicity. It's just that it is somehow not trendy to talk about it, or somehow. After all, carbon dioxide couldn't have affected Mars and caused the formation of landslides, indicating instability there. But mainly the planets that have a core and magma are affected. If it's just a rock, it will remain a rock. There is nothing in it that would give rise to dissonance. There is only resonance between particles in it. It's just a rock. Whereas our planet is very complex. It has a core, magma, a crust, and an atmosphere. In other words, these are different spheres, just like in a human body, but they are coordinated. A single organism is formed. What will disorders in, say, a person's bone structure lead to? To irreversible consequences. The same is true for the vascular system or any other part. Whatever we take, any system, any disorder leads to a global destruction of the organism. It's the same with us here. Therefore, what do we need in order to counteract this? An equally strong counteraction. Let me give you a simple example. Let's use Tatiana, for example, for you to understand. Let's suppose I give her a little push, and she tilts. Why? Because there is a force of impact. And now resist it. You see, exactly the same impact, but she doesn't tilt. Why? Because she counteracts my action. If we don't put forward this counteraction, our world will simply collapse. Mars is an example of that. Those who are smart will understand, look and see where we are going. Why? Because the cause is the same, and the effect will be the same. Again, here we not only need to possess this energy, and in order to possess it, we need to discover these sources. But we also need to understand what it is and how to use it. For example, we do not use this energy correctly. Let me push you, and you apply the same force. In the other direction, you see, it's even greater. She almost fell. Why? Even a light touch.
Without help anymore, right?
Yes, she applied a lot of force, but in the wrong direction. So if we make a mistake, we will kill our planet even faster. I think it's clear now. Again, why do we need potential? Why do we need energy to build and do all this? Let me give you another example. Why? Because it's a complex process, and it requires all people, all of our potential. And why could we not do it when we were 7 billion? Why can we do it when we are almost 8 billion? Because our potential has increased. Because the task is multidimensional and multi-level, and it has to be solved accordingly.
Vielen Dank, sehr geehrter Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for this valuable knowledge. Thank you, Reda. As we can see, cosmic rays affect not only our planet, but the planets in our solar system. Let's now look together at concrete examples of how the climate on other planets is changing. We see clear changes in the atmospheres of Neptune, Uranus and Saturn because of the penetration of ultra-high energy cosmic rays from intergalactic space into the solar system. This energy caused some of the strongest storms on the planets of the solar system. For example, the speed of storms on Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus, Venus has increased many times, and abnormally powerful thunderstorms and lightnings on the planets, which are gas giants, surprise not only astronomers but also ordinary people. Huge dust storms are observed on Mars and on Titan, which is Saturn's moon. Increased seismic and volcanic activity the formation of new volcanoes on Venus, Mars, Io, which is Jupiter's moon. NASA has recorded a giant crack on the Sun. This crack is increasing every day. These facts clearly show that the balance between the Sun and the planets of the solar system is disturbed. And these processes in our solar system, and especially on our planet, should be taken very seriously. And scientific research in this area should be a priority to find a counteraction to cosmic rays. As Igor Mikhailovich said in the video about cosmic rays, we are closest to radiation in this 24,000-year cycle, and we are more exposed than we were 12,000 years ago. Let's watch a video with Jana about what this means for us in this cycle.
Jana, 24,000 years ago, our planet passed a near interaction point just as it does now. That's when Mars died. How did Earth manage to survive?
The health of your planet at that time was much better than it is now.
This should make us wonder why a civilization on Mars did not survive in much better conditions. So, the question is, will we be able to unite to solve the problem this time? David will tell us more about this in a moment.
Thank you, Benny. Yes, dear friends. On the one hand, we have a seriously ill planet that we have almost killed with our format of consumption. On the other hand, we, as a society, face a problem that we as humanity have faced for the first time in 12,000 years. We are currently facing multiple crises: economic, geopolitical, social, and the most serious of these, the climate change. The lives of billions of people are at risk, because even the climate crisis is turning into business. To date, most of society still does not know what the true causes of climate change are, and what solutions need to be found, and people continue to die every day in climate disasters. The strongest cataclysms occur on the planet every 12,000 years, as a result of astronomical processes and derivative of their cyclicity. It is fatal for our planet and the whole mankind if we do nothing now. Therefore, volunteers from 180 countries have organized a world conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, in order to inform the world community about the alarming state of our planet and to unite to solve this problem. Let us watch together a video overview of this historic event.
4 months have passed since the time of the previous conference, and over this relatively short period, we have seen how much the progression of climate change and environmental degradation has accelerated. It's important not to remain silent, because this survival of all humanity is at stake. It is time for the truth.
We are now in a world where every single day, somewhere in the world, a climate extreme event is going to take place that will break the world record of that particular place.
The European floods this summer, or the Western North America heat wave this summer. Both of those extreme events were due to the jet stream reacting in very unusual ways, in ways that climate models did not predict would happen.
When I'm out in the field, I always hear people say that I never thought it would happen to me, and they're always surprised. Can you imagine how devastated you would be if you lost everything that you owned? if you watched the people around you, the people that you love, struggle and suffer or even die?
We have to understand we're one people on one planet, and it's up to us together to solve these problems.
We cannot leave it to our leaders. The leaders have shown that they are not up to the task. The leaders think of themselves as leaders of their own country. They don't care about the rest of the world.
The problem right now is we've all surrendered a certain amount of our power to centralized authority, and they're trying to use that to take over everything. And they've been using this excuse of anthropogenic global warming in order to try to consolidate their wealth and control. So we've got to just completely abandon and expose that.
The discussion about the climate is narrowed down to the reduction of CO2 and global warming gases. And I think the problem is much broader than that.
There's a widespread belief that climate change is a result of human activity. This is reflected in the 5th and the 6th report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. But these beliefs are wrong.
The world's governments, through the UN, formed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, you would think that would be studying climate change, but they specified that you study the human causes of climate change. So they ruled out all natural factors. They said, no, we're not going to study whether the sun plays a role. We're not going to study whether volcanoes play a role. We're not going to study whether ocean current shifts play a role. And we really don't understand clouds, so we're not going to count them much. What we're going to study is human CO2 emissions, because that's what we can get a handle on. That's not the way science is supposed to work.
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
Green energy is not green at all. And wind power is not green because wind farms require enormous amounts of concrete and metal to construct, disturb wildlife, harm human health with noise pollution, kill hundreds of thousands of birds each year, pollute our air and water supply. We pay high prices for something that will never meet our needs.
We need to build a humanity that lives like a beehive, and we have to build a society that puts human life first. If we combine our scientific, technological, and intellectual resources, we can solve the problem of climate change.
If we fail, we face the real possibility that if we don't get our act together and start preparing for this cataclysm, we face the very real possibility of extinguishing human life on the Earth. A supervolcano is quite capable of completely taking a species out. And I say, if we come together correctly, if we really put our hearts and our minds to the task of preparing correctly, then we could not only survive what's coming, we could be the first species on this nice little blue marble to thrive through the next cyclical destruction.
Let's follow the Creative Society's survival guide. The 3 easy steps. Learn more, spread information, and unite to build a creative society.
After all, this world is given to all mankind with only one purpose: to live and be healthy, happy, to create and not to destroy.
The Creative Society is a project of everyone. We do not collect any donations or funds that disappear in the deep pockets. Instead, each person acts in their abilities and uses resources they already have. It is your opportunity to be a part of the solution and live out your superhero potential.
Yes, the time of the truth has come, and it is vital that everyone sees this conference. Then it no longer leaves anyone indifferent. People are taking action by sharing this information and joining the Creative Society project. Why is this information vital?
Imagine it's midnight and your house is on fire. Your neighbors are asleep. What will you do? You would wake them up so they could save themselves. Because without you, they won't even know their house is on fire. The same thing is happening all over the world today. This is not a metaphor. People are dying every day as a result of climate disasters that are escalating and will inevitably affect everyone if we do nothing now. At the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, data was presented that clearly showed that we as humanity have lost in just the last few months in which we have not yet built the creative society. That's hundreds of thousands of lives, destroyed infrastructure, economy, lost time and resources that could have been invested in finding solutions, in building the creative society. Immediately after the conference, one of the strongest series of tornadoes hit the United States, killing over 100 people, leaving thousands missing and cities buried under the rubble. Even the leaders of the leading nation understand that no country can handle global cataclysms alone. The creative society is what everyone wants, including politicians, and we will create it. The only question is, how fast? Will the climate or we will be faster? Because we need the solution today. That's why we need to inform each other about creative society. Join the project at creativesociety.com. There you can find the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth in 100 languages. That was translated.
Andrea? Nach der Konferenz Globale Krise, die Zeit der Wahrheit.
After the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, a great step has been taken in building a creative society. But many people ask, how will the creative society help us dealing with cyclicality? Obviously, this problem requires a scientific solution. Such a global challenge requires a global capacity, namely scientific, technical, and intellectual.
Die Wissenschaft bedient in erster Linie Businessinteressen.
If you look at what is
After the
happening
conference
today,
Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, a great step has been taken in building a creative society. But many people ask, how will the creative society help us deal with the cyclicality? Obviously, this problem requires a scientific solution. Such a global challenge requires a global capacity, namely scientific, technical, and intellectual. If you look at what is happening today, science primarily serves the interests of business and increased consumption. Every year,
nur weil die Medizin auf Profit orientiert ist und ein gesunder Mensch im Konsumformat unrentabel ist. Daher werden Technologien bewusst zurückgehalten, die wir so sehr angesichts der bevorstehenden Klimakatastrophen brauchen. Wir selbst mit unserer konsumorientierten Gesellschaft haben Bedingungen geschaffen.
Every year, new models of smartphones and appliances are developed with programmed failures after the warranty expires, just to get us to buy something new. The best of science is used for military purposes. Millions of dollars are spent on wars in which people die every day. Many diseases are still considered incurable only because medicine is profit-oriented and healthy people aren't profitable in consumer format. This is why technologies that we so desperately need in the face of impending climate disasters are deliberately withheld. We ourselves, with our consumption-oriented society, have created the conditions fostering all of this. We don't need to work on the symptoms of the consumption format, but we need to address the cause. To do this, we need a new framework where human life comes first, and it finally becomes advantageous advantageous for science to science at the service of people. This is where the Creative Society project with its 8 foundations, which are being implemented all over the world, makes possible. Then science will finally get down to its most important task, finding solutions and developing strategies for searching out a way to counteract the cyclicality when energy is needed, but what power and how to create it. As part of the Creative Society project, we already talked to many scientists about the role that transformation of society and unification of science play.
I've been a scientist now for several decades, and what I've been observing, and particularly the past decade, is just how much international cooperation goes on in scientific research. You know, when I was a graduate student, it was typical for scientists to publish a paper where theirs was the only name on the paper. And then you had scientists collaborating where you had 2 or 3. Today, we got scientists collaborating where you got hundreds from all the different nations of the world. And and it seems to cross religious and political barriers. And so you may have nations that don't get along with one another, but the scientists in those nations cooperate with one another. They become friends, they engage. And so I see something very attractive in the scientific community, and I think that explains why we're seeing such rapid scientific advance. There's a level of collaboration that's going on that we've never seen before in the history of humanity.
Obviously, there's value in the multidisciplinary approaches to science, to look at the big picture instead of some little fragment over here. I think the scientific community needs a wake-up call.
The law of unity is the highest law in the universe. You cannot turn away from unity. Any violation of unity leads to disaster. Science is alive as long as there are free discussions, debates, and the opportunity to discuss some topics, regardless of authoritativeness. On the contrary, we should be able to put forward questions, and so on and so forth. Modern science has accumulated a huge number of facts, which, generally speaking, from my point of view, comprise a sort of disordered pile. Why? Because those facts have been collected by different disciplines. Biologists know something. Astronomers know something, physicists know something, cosmologists know something. And since these facts are already collected, and there are a lot of them, it would be nice to see if it is possible to somehow arrange these facts in one system. Because we, absolutely all people of Earth, have one task before us: the creation of a unified, holistic, harmonious humankind. As a certain organism in which different parts have completely different characteristics, different tasks, different cellular structure, but all work for one goal, which is for you and me: the development of mankind, the development of life, and life's access to the open expanses of the universe. Science belongs to all humankind. And there are problems that should be solved not only by Russia, but by all humanity. We even have such problems, but without using the latest technology, to get a solution to these problems is simply impossible. It doesn't mean that if those in power don't understand the complexity of the situation and don't support this direction, I shouldn't work, or someone else shouldn't work. Whether they give us the opportunity or not, we have to do this work. We must. But before whom? Before the Lord God, before the absolute nothingness, before the light that supports any human being in any situation after all. There is something I believe in, and this something supports me and gives me the opportunity to do it. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do to the best of my ability. It's my job. So I'm always in favor of unification. I'm always for the majority, all people, to be involved in this process, because I repeat, there are such problems right now. And if we don't solve them together, then, excuse me, the fate of the Earth in the coming years could literally hang by a thread. And I see and feel that.
The future depends on our choices. We don't have time to ponder. We only have time for action, only for treating each other well, for being completely open, for spreading information at the full scale, and for involving a lot of people of interdisciplinary fields. Are you ready? I'm ready for that.
So when all of our scientists gather together and undertake a task to find a solution on saving our planet within the shortest time possible, at any cost, but provided that we are already a single civilization, I mean that we change our consumerist format to a creative one, then believe me, friends, there will be a solution. We will find it. We will find what these kinds of energy are. We'll be able, so to speak, to find ways to detect them and, of course, to work with them. Thus we will be able to put up an equal counteraction to the impact that is coming to us. That's not difficult, and that's realistic. It is trite physics.
Das, was heute mit unserem Planeten und seinem Kern geschieht,
What is happening to our planet and its core today is pure physics, and for every action we can put up an equal amount of opposition. Even at our current stage of development, we have enough resources and scientific developments to find a solution to protect ourselves from cosmic radiation and overcome
aber wir müssen die Bedingungen dafür schaffen.
But to do this, we need to create the conditions so that science can do this in the shortest possible time. In a society fragmented by the pursuit of profit and power, we will have neither resources nor time to prevent the mass loss of human lives. Only in creative society will science find a solution. Sorry.
Den massenhaften Verlust Menschenleben zu verhindern, das ist eine Prognose nicht erst für die nächsten Jahrzehnte, sondern bereits für die nächsten Jahre. Nur in der kreativen Gesellschaft wird die Wissenschaft in der Lage sein,
to prevent the mass loss of human lives. Science will be funded by society as a whole, not by individuals, and all scientists will have a real opportunity and the necessary equipment to research the most key areas aimed at solving the main problem of breaking the cataclysmic cycle.
Und es wird auch möglich sein, die wissenschaftlichen
and also it will be possible to combine the achievements of all specialists from all countries.
Und es wird auch möglich sein, die wissenschaftlichen Errungenschaften
and all intellectual and technical resources, and each researcher will be able to become a hero of humanity.
zu einem Helden der Menschheit zu machen. In unserem jetzigen Konsumformat fehlt es den Wissenschaftlern an
Now,
Finanzierung.
in consumer format, scientists have no financing, no unification, no equipment, and no global task is set for all specialists all over the world.
Es lässt sich ändern. Dafür benötigen wir aber
But
dringend
this
eine
requires a request from the whole world community
obersten Priorität
as the highest priority for all of
Zu
us
diesem Zweck
to
vereinigen
survive.
wir uns und informieren alle Menschen
With this
auf
in
dem
mind,
Planeten,
we are uniting and informing all people on the planet that a creative society is already being built. Moreover, the creative society is opening perspectives for our development as a civilization, solving problems with incurable diseases, hunger, environmental pollution, dependence on non-renewable resources, and the exploration of new planets for people to live there to the fullest. it is really time for us to evolve.
Zu erschließen, auf denen Menschen vollwertig leben können. Es ist wirklich an der Zeit, dass wir uns weiterentwickeln. Wie Igor Mikhailovich Danilov in der Sendung
As was said by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov in the video, The Creative Society, Prospects of Civilization. There are three conditions for this: the unification of all people, the absence of tyranny, and the availability of free energy. The Creative Society makes all this possible.
Heute haben wir im Rahmen des
Today, in this Kaleidoscope of Facts, we talked about the physics of unification and the power it unleashes when we consolidate in one goal. As part of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, which was held on December 4th, millions of people united in one purpose, and that was our global step towards a creative society. And now, more and more people are joining in and delivering the message in every language of the world. Now we are preparing for the next event, the International Forum, Global Crisis. We are people, we want to live. That forum will be held on May 7th, 2022. And it will be translated into over 100 languages. How big this event will be and how quickly people around the world will learn about building a creative society depends on each of us. We invite you to join the project and the preparations for the upcoming event. If you're an expert, a scientist, or an ordinary person, if you really want to understand what happens during the cataclysmic cycles and how we can resist the force that creates these cycles, please contact us. It's time for the real heroes that our world so desperately needs today. Thank you.
Danke, Andrea. Ich bedanke mich bei allen Sprechern,
Thank you, Andrea.
Übersetzern, der Technik
I would like to thank all of the speakers, translators, technicians, and contributors to this Kaleidoscope of Facts for their time and, above all, for their dedication to informing and telling people the truth.
Nach der Konferenz, globale
Following the conference, the global crisis, time for the truth, a video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Real Heroes, was published, and it means a lot to us. As participants in the ALLATRA movement and the Creative Society project. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for your support and active participation in the realization of the most important project of mankind. Let's watch an excerpt from the Real Heroes video.
Wahre Helden anschauen.
The main thing is for us to do it on time. That's the main point. While everything else will be available, both new prospects and new knowledge. There will be everything. It all depends on our choice, right?
We should hurry to do good.
Right. And it's already pleasing, joyful, and inspiring that there are many people, and more of them appear every day, that this format of selfishness and consumption is collapsing. The format of these lies which were imposed on everyone's mind. Now it becomes more pleasing to look at the world when more and more truth is being voiced, when more and more people become free, truly free, instead of being somewhere in some kind of illusion. So everything is in our hands, my friends. We can do everything. We shall overcome everything when we are together. And I think that this year 2022 will be much more successful than the previous one in our opposition. And we will be able to prove that we are people. It's already time. It's time to wake up.